Good morning. I always have the uncontrollable urge to say Vietnam, you know. That movie was pretty funny. Anyway, good morning, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. And welcome. Get the initial business out of the way here, I guess. First of all, the usual disclaimers. This is not for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to provide either of those. This is my virtual trading journal. I trade live. This is a live funded brokerage account, not the prop or anything. It's mine. And I am, my commitment is that there will be no trades taken off of the stream. That's why the stream is so long every day. I start every trading day morning at 8 o'clock with this pre-market and stream live through 1500. So there you go. There's a disclaimer in the description here, so give that a read. That's probably a good idea. And that's just typical. I'm not monetized in any way here on the stream, so your likes and subs are really appreciated, and comments in the chat definitely are appreciated. Where are you? You know, what time is it? Where are you living? What do you think? Et cetera, et cetera. And I mean that seriously. I stream in 1440p high def, so if it's YouTube is not very crystal clear on your side, click the gear button and you can adjust that. I share all my stats and setups and everything openly because this is my virtual trading journal. So most of the time I'm talking to myself. And the theory behind this is I don't multitask well. I believe journaling is really important. And this works slick. I capture everything I'm watching on my screens in the video, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I'm thinking through the day and through a trade. And it's a permanent record. I stream it to YouTube because that adds to the transparency and the accountability, number one. And number two, really handy, I can review the stream on any device rather than standing here at my desks, which I have 2 stand-up desks in an L, and I'd never sit down the whole day. So, makes for a long day. I start around a little before 6 and usually wind up around 19, 2000 in the evening. So there you go. Let's move on now to the reports for the day. This is Bookmap over here, of course. And IRT, my charting. This is the micros. This is ES Mini, I'm sorry. And I'm trading and tracking the micros now with this live account because I had some drama at the end of last week with IRT that I want to be sure doesn't happen again. It wanted to add a couple of trades. It didn't record the trades properly in the portfolio, which worried me that it was going to send some trade or another in the background. So there we are. The reports. Yeah, I lose track so easy. I use 2 news sources, both of which are free. I prefer investing.com for the reports because I find this a cleaner presentation for screen snaps to repost in Discord or wherever. Notice that we have Phil and Thora of Talking Feds this morning, and that's about it. Now, we do have a potential political risk at 10 o'clock, and I'll talk about that in a minute. You can filter this any way you want. You can, I mean anyway, country reports. If you only want to hear, reports about the ECB, then you can set that all up for yourself. And again, it's free. But I'm sure they'd be happy if you paid them some money and subscribed one way or another. I don't even know how to do it. I never bothered. Also remember that we are in earnings season. And so there are the earnings for the day. Obviously, the sun icon over here indicates that it reported before the open, and you see their result over here. And the quarter moon, or whatever it is, indicates after the close. Last week was pretty much the biggie for reports for earnings, because it was, I think, 5 or 6 of the top Mag 7 all reported last week. So, and then it's going to wind off to next to nothing here next week. So there you go. You can see that we're winding down the earnings season. The other reporting news deal I use is Financial Juice. It has a similar calendar function over here, or docket, but the right column is more of a real-time, or you can, again, this is delayed, but you can certainly pay them, and they'll remind you of that frequently here. It has a more of a squawk box feel here. And I will say that now that they are more reactive in updating their calendar. For example, here is the potential political risk we have right here at 10 o'clock. This is not on investing.com. It only looks at regular, normal, financial, scheduled reports and things, speakers, etc., not extemporaneous stuff that drops in and out politically, which is this. Now, this is, not to say anything political, because I don't care, but this is a potential risk. So mind your risk. The same as you would non-farm payroll or PMI or anything else. Okay, that's what you need to get your head around, in my opinion. And if you have any question about that, let's look at the pre-market. If you have any question about political risk, this was the result of a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning, coincidentally, with no corroborating evidence, no follow-on action. That's 227 handles. If you were long and didn't have your stops and your proper risk management in place, that was a really bad day for you. And this is just one of many since January. Not saying anything one way or another, but that was a completely unexpected, very critical risk. So you need to be aware of that. This is, as I said, the ES Mini and NASDAQ, ES Micro Composite, and Market Profile. And I'm going to switch right over here immediately to the MES, which is what I'm trading, and you'll see that it's exactly the same setup and layout. Now we are just about, I'd say, 90% short inventory all night, as we were yesterday when we opened. And that's just an eyeball gauge. Look at where we traded. Here's where we opened. There's the close. Here's the open of the ETH. How many candles or Renko bars do you see above the open? Or above the close, however you want to look at it. The majority are below. So, in my opinion, we are short inventory overnight, and I would be looking for some responsive buying to take profit, just as we had yesterday. That's, it's not rocket science. It's just, okay. If it's about 6 in the morning, you can imagine that the sun's going to come up. It's not any kind of a big special deal. This is the MES, the MNQ, the MES Micro Composite, which is simply the RTH session. This is my high time frame chart. It's the RTH session. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them. Here's yesterday and the day before. Now, I have configured these volume profiles so that the most recent one indicates the high and low volume nodes of the volume profile with these red and green lines, and those values push to bookmap. The rest of these things, like the POC, the MCVPOC, and those kind of things, here, by the way, are the naked volume points of control. Those I enter manually in bookmap, and I'll show you. And this is the market profile for the ES. I'm not going to mess with the MES over here. It doesn't matter to me. We're probably pretty close to 100% on volume. MES is higher than the ES. That's normal because of the price. We're in a negative, percent change, right? Negative inventory, short inventory. What do we have for, where to go? Here we are. What do we have for, well, we're short. This is the full session, or the RTH session now, and I'm not going to change it around. And this is our ATR. So we're down to less than 1 point ATR, average true range, on a 1 minute chart at this point. What was the overnight profile? It looks pretty balanced and rotational, doesn't it? With a skew to the lower side. However, the POC is pretty much in the center. So I still hold with the fact that we're liable to have some responsive buying right after the open at some point there to take profit. And then we'll see what these guys decide to do with it after that. So let's jump over here to the book map, which is this beauty. MES again. So this is the dome or the ladder or the price book or whatever you want to call it. That's what it is. In other words, there's full level 2, all the prices and resting liquidity. The micro composite column, where I manually enter these values, the POCs, naked POCs, the gap high, which we didn't close out the gap low of, coupled yet, and the POC, etc. My workflow for these, which you can't see at the moment, is when these levels have been revisited, I change the text to black, like this. Boop, I would change that to black, and then on the weekend or whenever I remove them if they're stale. This is the high and low volume node column here, which maybe we can see one of them somewhere or another. I guess we're down here. Let's get up here and look around. Yeah, I don't see one. Okay. Trust me, they're there. Well, they're supposed to be there. They'll be, there we go. There's a high volume node, and then the next will be a green one. Okay, so that's that. Boom, let's get up there. This is the, I don't want to do that now. I got myself all discombobulated here. Here is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. This is the RTH volume profile, and if good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise, it will reset this morning at 8:30. I've had more comical issues with this thing than you could shake a stick at. It's just worked fine for years, and then an update, and now it doesn't want to know. Sometimes it fires at 7:30, sometimes it does. I put in a ticket with bookmap finally yesterday, and we'll see if they come up with something. It's not a crisis. I just bitch about it a lot, and then there we go. And here is my real important column for me. This is the notes column. The first thing I do, as you'll see, is I put in, these are the statistics from yesterday with the associated session prices. I always put them in before the open, so it's on the record here. The first thing I do is determine the open type for the day. Okay, and we're in a balanced thing, and it's always a pain in the ass, but here we go. How do you determine that? Well, let's imagine there's only 4 open types. There's higher in range, there's higher out of range, gap up, higher in range, lower in range, and lower out of range, which is a gap down. Pretty simple, right? Everything I do is logical, simple, and data driven by price, whatever. So rest assured, it's easy to understand. If we were going to open right here, right now, there's price. How would that compare or relate to the previous RTH close? There's the previous RTH close. Here's price. That would be lower, right? How does that relate to the previous RTH range? There's the high. The low is way below us because here's the profile. Lower in range, same as yesterday. If they trade up here while I'm talking in the pre-market, it could be higher in range. So after that's established, the next thing that's important to do here is clear the notes column and get rid of all of yesterday's stuff, and we'll put in the statistics in a minute. Here are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap to from IRT to Bookmap. Sorry, and I share these levels freely with anybody that can use them. A bunch of people in Static and the Traders Lab and those places around use them free. I start pushing them at 1700 on Sunday evening, continuously through Friday at 1600. So these it's a CSV file and it comes from Google. So if it could help you out, let me know. Just drop a like and a thumbs up and say, hey, what about those session levels? And then we'll make a plan. So here we are. Nothing complicated or mysterious, like I said a minute ago, and you'll notice no indicators on my Bookmap. Straightforward. There's a POC for the RTH. It's a bright yellow. Right there's the marker for that. POC for the full session, a dimmer yellow. There's a VWAP for the RTH and the Globex, whichever that, yeah. And there's a mid for the RTH. There is an IB high and low, which can sometimes confuse people because of the naming. It's an old market profile convention. Stands for initial balance. What this level and its sister, the IB low, really represent, actually, the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. Be right back. All right. So let's look at the statistics now that we're going to have for our session prices. We're still considerably lower in range. That's a good thing. I like it when it does that. And that's real simple to do. How do we determine those? Well, we come over here to IRT, the homework study, MES, correct instrument. There's the 4 open types. IRT conveniently highlights the open type, but only after the open, obviously. Coincidentally, it's the same open as yesterday. That's why it's already highlighted. Now, this will these levels will all turn gray again at the open because no prices have been revisited. Throughout the day, when a level is revisited, or the statistic is achieved, IRT will change the text color from gray to the highlight blue, okay? So how does this system work for statistics? It is really simple. It looks back over 1,600 trading days. Of these days of the total sample set, we opened lower in range 473 of those days. Of these days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.5% of the time. Overnight volume point of control. That's all there is to it. Wasn't that complicated? Send me money. And now I'm just going to mosey down the list. Up above here is the overnight mid, which I jumped over. That's 82.5. And that's kind of funny because that's never the case on the ES, 82.5. Only on the MES is the overnight mid a higher probability than the overnight volume point of control. And maybe it's not continually, but I noticed that yesterday and again today. So I'm going down the list. The next one is the previous close, and that's 74.0. Previous close, 74.0. IB high, good. I was looking for that. 69.8. There's the IB high. 69.8. IB high. Why do I type the initials? Remember the definition. The minute we open today's RTH session, wherever price is, this flag is going to jump to the top of that first 1 hour and move with price. As price goes up, it will go up. And the IB low will go down with price. And so it won't be here anymore. And I'm going to wonder what the hell was it, 69.8. And now I'm going to know that was yesterday's IB high. Pretty simple, huh? That's what I said before. 67.4 is the value area low. Now, the value area low differs from the developing value area high or low in that the developing value area high or low are for the current auction, and the value area high and low represent the previous auction. Overnight low is 56.6. What am I doing here? Got to do something else here. I'm late. And now it's time for me to do something I do every day, which is the TLab snap, which you may or may not have any idea what that is, but I'll tell you. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. Started and maintained by a guy named Tom B. You know how it works with Discord, right? And so his, excuse me, he is a professional, trader and has been for 46 years. And I believe him. Now, you're never going to see an account, verification from him. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. And the TLab is a Discord room. So, you take that for what it's worth. But I do think he's the real deal. And one of the reasons I think that is you're never solicited for anything. Ever in the TLab. I don't make that recommendation for any of the other bookmap Discord rooms, and I don't recommend any other site other than this stream, frankly. So where the hell was I now? I'm seeing stuff in the Discord and yeah. So that's and every day I make 2 snaps in there to support Tom and put this plug in the deal. It's for I put the news in about 6 and the reports, and then I post this every day to give people in there an idea and that don't have the same charting, all the levels they might possibly want. So there you go. Yeah, so that's done and dusted now, and let's move on. Now, it's really important, you might imagine, to be able to trade, isn't it? So I am going to now, the way you trade with your mouse with Bookmap is as follows. You have to activate the trade control panel and select a method that you will use to trade with this application using your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the trade control column. If you choose DOM, the only place are the DOM columns, and both is, as you might surmise, both of them. Next, for me, is real important to put in my multi-brackets, which is the tool that I use when I enter a trade. It automatically puts a bracket orders into the market. This is and it implements the risk management methodology. This is the smallest risk neutral package that you can trade because it needs to be an even number. So there's the package size. Then you need to establish your stop loss size for the entire package, and I do it in ticks. The first criteria you need to evaluate is your account risk parameters. And then the volatility of the market, the volatility of the instrument you're trading, whatever parameters you need to establish your account risk management. Once this first size and stop has been determined, the first risk neutral trade or profit target is automatic. It's for half of the package. Remember, I said it needs to be even. And it's for the same number of ticks as the stop loss is negative. The minute this T1 is achieved, you are risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do in the trade is scratch, unless you are, self-defeating and you move your stop away from entry, which is like the 11th commandment as far as I'm concerned. And then there's the runner, which is your goal. This is your profit target. And you can set it up any way you want to go, for contracts, high volatility, anyway. Figure it out for yourself. That you have to figure out for yourself. And you need to do that away from the live market during your homework period and be ready for it. Should have been long before now, for example. Okay, so after I've established that and selected my package, I don't need any of these other tools in the trade control center here. So I confirm that the package is correct. I can click this button again. I get my real estate back. I have all the metrics that I would have normally had access to right here at the top here. You can turn this off and on, or however many you want, by the way. And I also have cancel and clear all. So there we go. And now we're going to open here in about 30 seconds and keep your fingers crossed that this boy resets. And if not, I'll, bitch and moan and then do it again. As usual. 10 seconds about. Let's see if it works. I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't, but it seems to struggle. There we go, and it didn't reset. Man, that's irritating. So irritating. Well, I'll do it like that. Supposed to be. Yeah, never mind. All right, I'll start throwing in my migrating VPOC flags, even though they're not really that crucial anymore. Now that we have opened, I am going to reset my IRT from full session to RTH session. And there's a reason for that I'll explain to you later. Alligator. Save. And get over here to the minis. All those mini traders are going to want to know about this. So what is happening here? Do you notice? Well, the overnight is gone, and here we are in the RTH session. So this is yesterday's RTH or yesterday's RTH, and here is today. The overnight has been removed, and the reason I do that is to keep the value area high and low properly aligned as to represent the previous RTH session, and the developing value area high and low represent this session. So there we go. And this doesn't look right to me, but I'm not going to complain about it at the moment. Give this a little minute to shake out, and then I'm not one of those traders that starts firing off orders, as fast as you can exhale. Now I'm going to add my top secret, really expensive proprietary indicator here called a vertical line. Exactly at the opening print. And why do I do that? My new approach here is through the trading day, I keep the entire session in view, so I have constantly aware of the context of the session. And it's so easy to do with this. This is just a visual cue for me. I glance left, and if I see Blue Boy over here, I know that the whole session's in view. If I don't, well, then I need to fix that. There you go. That's how tough that was. So there we are. We're off and running. Let me see what else is going on. I've got the value area stuff going. This is not working worth a crap. That irritates me. I'm going to change this to clear these resets now. See if that changes anything. No. Okay. The lows on target. We need to get the high up a little bit here. And pretty quick, these will all come together. But it's just so frustrating that it doesn't work right. I mean, and it's strictly a code problem. I don't know what to think. We'll see what the developers come back with. I hope they give it to Elena. She's got her act together over there, boy, I'll tell you, with Bookmap. If you ever do a support ticket and get her, you're going to get a good answer. Otherwise, good luck. There's the IB low, and here's the IB high now. They are both where they belong, and isn't that wonderful? All things are right with the world. So we've already taken out our overnight volume point of control. We've taken out our overnight mid, our value area high, low. No, we haven't taken the mid yet. I'm sorry. Or the previous close. Here's our IB high up here. Remember why we put those initials? Because now the flag is down here, and I'd be scratching my old head going, what the hell happened at 69.81, 69.80? There you are. Now you know. All these top secrets being divulged here. I don't know. We're 5 minutes in. If you have made any trades by now, you are really a gunslinger. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that have. There's actually, there's a whole clutch of traders that like to trade the opening swing trade. It was a big clickbait deal on YouTube for a while there also. It's funny how that happens. One of this YouTube rearview mirror influencers will come out with some sort of a video about something like trade this one trade a day and you'll be a zillionaire in 15 minutes with a $10 deposit. You know, I mean, whatever they say. And it'll be the opening swing trade. Well, then over the next week or two, you'll see 50 of them from every other one of those people. They're not even original. That's amazing. But boy, they make money, and I'm standing here trading for a living. So who's stupid, right? Who's stupid? So what are we doing now? We have the stream trickling down the hill, apparently. Seems like so. That's good. I've got the right instrument over here. And IRT looks like it's under control. We've got the day session saved up. The minis, day sessions, everything's okay there. And here we are, you know. Remember that I'm trading the micros, so that's important. And I'm only trading my vetted trades, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but you know, same day, same thing. So it's a lovely morning. They say there's a lot of fog. It's about 65 degrees. That's got to be down around, I don't know, 18 or something. Typically something that is maybe worth pointing out is if you'll notice I stream the entire monitors so that any open programs below here are visible and, you know, understandable. As is the clock in hours, minutes, and seconds in the date, which ties back to both Bookmap and IRT. Just another step in the transparency and accountability. I keep hearing all these goofy tricks that all these, you know, influencers or gurus or whatever they're called do. It's like, wow. I is an observation. I'm old enough to say this kind of thing. Long ago, I knew people that didn't have, through the course of your life, we all do know people who are not legal or, you know, smugglers or whatever the hell they are. It's like these internet influencers, these internet guru guys. And I often marveled at the fact that all the work and effort and thinking and creativity that they put into scamming people, if they just put that energy into trading, I think they would be equally, if not more, successful. It's, I of course have no way to prove that, but you know what I mean. Now, I guess some of these influencers can make staggering money with YouTube ad revenue, subscriber revenue, whatever it's called. So maybe I'm full of crap. I don't know. I know that I'm focusing on trading as my business based on statistics and probability and developing it with consistent profitability as a business. Well, where are we, boys and girls? Let's see here. Am I lost? Sometimes I don't know if I'm foot or horseback, so we'll see. Actually, that's maybe a little hyperbole there, perhaps. All right. We're all plotted up here. This is the ES. The ES and the MES are pretty close most of the time. I've noticed that, for example, yesterday I had a triggered trade signal for the IBC, which I took and, went to both profit targets, no heat whatsoever. But there was only one signal on the micro. And when I was reviewing stuff last night and doing backtesting, my, homework periods, I noticed there were two signals. I went, what the hell is this? And then I realized that my backtesting is set up around the ES as opposed to the MES. And there were, in fact, yesterday, two IBC. One was an IB failure, and the following was the IBC, which I took. So that was surprising. Typically, I have not ever really noticed them to be different in that respect, but there you go. It happens, right? It happens. So there you go. Now, the reason I used to do these migrating volume points of control was based on my workflow previously. I'm real conscious about trying to make sure I have the proper understanding and properly grounded in the context of the day and in the scale of movement, right? So I always try to have this at one point like that. And I used to focus on always having only 5-minute increment on the timeline. Well, as you can imagine, let me maybe clarify first. This yellow line, as we know from the pre-market, is nothing more than a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, right there, 2,649. The very split second that one of these, this one right here, trades 2,660 or 50, this thing is going to move there. Simple. All right, that's the price. What the yellow line does is just mark where that price has been. So you can imagine that if you keep a tight 5-minute timeline down here, it doesn't take very long for this line to scroll off the left of the screen. And you don't know where it has been. I don't know where it's been. I try to keep all the information I need to trade right here on the hard right edge. And so I would flag these migrating volume points of control every time we had a movement in the POC, so that I would know where it had been without scrolling in and out and up and down. What I do now, what I realized how stupid that was, Blue Boy, I hired Blue Boy. Now, as long as I keep Blue Boy in view, I know that the entire context is on my chart, my heat map here. These are actually superfluous because here's the yellow line and I have it the whole day. Both of them, actually. I have it the whole session. I also have a firm understanding of how we're trading so far in the session. When I anticipate that I'm going to interact with the market, in other words, trade, my setup is starting to develop, I can scroll in as tight as I want to get, but I keep it like this, and that's the reason. That's the thinking. We still haven't gotten our responsive buying to take a little of that overnight profit yet. Well, we did a little bit, I guess. We got close to the close up here. Here's the close, remember? Yeah, here's the close. Was I just talking in the wrong screen? Probably so. Sorry about that. This is why they pay those influencers and scam guys a lot of money and not me. I'm focusing on trading in the screens I have in front of me, and yeah, what are you going to do? I'm sorry. Remember now that we don't have any scheduled risk potential. We do, however, have the potential critical political risk at 10 o'clock. Anytime Trump or any of those guys get around a microphone or a camera, anything can happen, right? And so it's an unestablished critical risk. And if you don't think it's a critical risk, this was a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning based on nothing other than a tweet. Turned out to be nothing. There was no the reaction that was threatened didn't happen. And apparently the action from China upon which that threat was made hadn't happened. But it sold the market off 225 handles or something, you know? That's, in my book, that's a potential unrecognized critical risk. I went through that in the pre-market, but I want to be sure you understand that, because your initial motivation and primary directive as a trader is to preserve and compound your account. That's why we're doing this. If you're doing this because you like, it's an adrenaline rush and you love video games and this is a lot of fun, good for you. Don't change. I'm doing it, I should say, because this is my business on which I depend and take care of myself and my family, etc. And so that's how I approach trading. Meaning that my prime directive is to preserve my account through, and the only way you do that is risk management. So there you go. Now we're taking out that POC from whatever day that's from the 5th, yesterday, the micro composite VPOC. And here you see our little high and low volume nodes scooting around there. We're going to get down to this lows here, baby cakes. Now, water bottle out of the way here. What's going on here? Here is the micro. The last 3 days. Today. That's about a doji and a freaking half. That doesn't look to me like it's plotting correctly, is it? The heartbeat is heart beating. We're getting our data, no problem. I'm not seeing anything happen here that I believe ought to be happening. And I'm not sure why. Let's do something here. I'll show you some trick you can do with IRT. There's no movement here. You see this? We're not getting any price action there. And this is all goofed up. What the hell is going on now? Well, we're moving. You see that? And we're getting somewhere over here. It doesn't look to me like it's plotting very, very well. And I don't like the fact that I'm not getting. You see this line right here? This is the cutoff line for this margin and these session prices. Let's try moving that a little bit. Nope, I didn't do anything. I don't like this at all, boys and girls. Now it's even worse. So something screwed up here. Okay, well, I'll try to get that sorted out. Now, this is the micro composite, of course. We're plotting fine on everything except this chart. So that's okay, no problem for trading. We've just extended the IB low further down. There's always some bullshit with this noise. Huh. No. Well, okay, I guess we're okay here now. No, we're not. There's the 5th. Here's the 6th. Okay. Just checking. Don't want to be misleading anybody here. When you stop and think about all the moving parts that we're dealing with here in our charting and all of these things and data, it's pretty phenomenal that any of this crap works. You know what I mean? I remember when it was a real big deal and you were a kid, you had 2 tin cans and a string, and that was a walkie-talkie. You know, now the kids are running around talking to each other on their Apple Watches, I guess. Amazing. All right, seems like everybody's happy now on the micro front. And remember that this is the first, we haven't even gotten the first bracket in yet, the A bracket in the market profile. We have not passed the first 30-minute period. And I'm probably forgetting to do all kinds of stuff down here, but anyway, let's keep going. Remember that the initial balance is nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Now, here's the low of yesterday, okay? So if we get a little further below that, we're going to close this gap down here from the 23rd. Okay? And while we're looking at that, that brings up what is the statistic for the previous RTH low? 53.8 right here. Do you see it? Yep, there you go. Okay. God damn, I had the right screen and everything. I'm so proud of myself. So I'm putting this in here now because obviously it has not moved. But we just got down here and we've just gone through the statistic. Oh, you'll see here how IRT has switched all these around. Now these blue means these have already been revisited or satisfied. POC, value area low, overnight low. There you go. And the rest are still gray. As they're hit by price, they'll change, be highlighted blue. Pretty cool, huh? I'm telling you, this stuff is amazing. Such an irritant. God damn, why does it do that? Well, we have taken that one out, and we've now taken out the lower. That gap has finally been closed, right there, from the 23rd of October. This market is not thinking much of Captain Goofy, I don't guess. And IRT is all thinking over here. Let's see what it's up to. Why is there a lag? I'm thinking that what I'm going to do here is close off IRT. Save this window. Okay. I don't see any reason why we ought to be having these 17 millisecond lag. Do you see what I'm saying? IRT has a lag column here that you can put in your code things. This is a 16 millisecond lag processing the data. What would that suggest to us? Well, a lot of volume. 107% volume. And our ATR zoomed up from less than 1 to 5.5 for a 1 minute bar. And we have rounded the 9 o'clock hour. What does that mean? Well, wait a minute. Why don't I have this POC right here? This MCVPOC on my chart. $69 quarter. That's right here again. So we have, I can do this for you. I can show you how I do these things. So we have taken out now. We have satisfied this statistic. We've, closed that gap. Okay. We've taken out this POC, MCVPOC. We're just ripping them up here, aren't we? In this fun. And that means that this gap is closed. You see how I do the gap? The gap is the close of the, in this case, it's a lower gap. So the lower extreme is the close from the 23rd, and the gap high is the open of the 24th. That's the way I do it. And you're welcome to do whatever floats your boat. So there we go. We're just cleaning them up right, left, and center. Now I can come back and take all of these out if I want to. And we have our IB. Remember, the low keeps going down and the high keeps going up with the first 1 hour. However, it's important now for me to make sure everything's I don't like this delay crap. I'm tell you what I'm going to do. I think I just didn't show you how I did all of that. Click, dial, change the text. Sorry. God damn, I got to get better at that. I'm going to shut IRT down here in a minute, I think. Boy, they're not having a good day in the longs, are they? Maybe they're not too happy with what's going on with the economy. Maybe that's it. Who knows? Who knows? Well, we had a little responsive buying, all right, and then they jerked the plug, right? So let's make sure Blue Boy's over here doing his job. Ooh. What would you say the context is? Is there any question? Is the session in balance and rotational? Or is it looking directional? I think I'm going to recycle IRT, and I hope that doesn't freak anybody out, but you know, it happens, doesn't it? All right. Now, let's see if this thing comes back up and is having a better day. Well, so far it's saying no lags. That's a good thing. Get rid of these naked volume points of control over here. Yeah, I like that better. That's nice. Thank you very much, Mr. Thing. Okay. Now I will we'll take this to the next level here, I guess, and that is that we are, well, we've had a VPOC migration. I can't stop doing these. I'm just, you know, old habits die hard or whatever. All right, so what are we thinking about? Well, it's the first 30-minute bracket is the end if you're a market profile type. Those are 30-minute brackets, right? So the A bracket's in. I have no trade. Yeah, it's been a big deal here. If you have some setup that does that, good for you. The trades that I have vetted properly and by definition are the initial balance trades. So the first thing you have to decide is, what in the hell are the initial balance trades? Well, loop back to the definition of the initial balance. First of all, they mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour. So there is no statistic until the first 1 hour, 9:30 has completed. Then the IB high will not go up, the low won't go down. We have the statistic in play. What is the IB statistic? Back to our session, our statistics. There is greater than a 97.8% probability that the IB high or low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session, but from 9:30 to 1600. That is the statistic. It's an old market profile deal. Everybody knows it. Ironically, in the current open type, the statistic is 98.3%. That means 1.7% of the days we didn't achieve either one. Price did not revisit either the IB high or the IB low. So that's one hell of a statistic, right? But don't be fooled by it, because it says the IB high or the IB low are exceeded at some point between 9:30 and 1600. Well, right now we've got 72 to 82, 22, Jesus. So there's about a 50 handle range and many hours. Okay. Is that right? Yeah, Jesus, 30 and 20 is pretty much 50 the way I count. I even have my shoes off so I could check that math. Anyway, so there we are, right? So that's the statistic. Now, there's a trade associated with those levels, and it's called the IB continuation trade or the IB failure trade. There are two of them. The IB failure, as you might imagine, is the price comes down. Well, let's look at the low. Price comes down, takes out the IB low, can't get any lower, reverts back to the mean. In this case, wouldn't have far to go, right? It's outside in. If it gets up to the high, got a long way to go. Mean reversion. It's just a fancy name for a mean reversion trade based on the initial balance level. The other trade is an IB continuation, and it is just what you think. Price comes down and takes the IB statistic, does a little bit of a pullback, can't get anywhere, and keeps going. Same applies to the high. So those are the two trades that I have vetted with backtesting and confirmed that I have a positive expectancy for, with specific rules. And that brings us to the trigger chart. And that thing is so irritating. And here that is. Now, these levels you see here are, let me just get this configured properly. Here's yesterday, here's today. These levels around the IB high and low are not, first of all, this chart is not connected in any way to my trading system in IRT, and certainly not Bookmap. However, these levels are absolutely, or I should say, these levels absolutely represent the levels in the trading system, and the session and the signal markers also represent the points where a signal would be taken. Strictly for my visual confirmation, I want to be sure that, here we go, I want to be sure that this is happening when and where I think it should, and this one and this one and this one. Yesterday's trade, I had an A. I had a B. I had a signal. I took a long, without thinking, mechanically, in Bookmap, I entered along both targets, no problem. That's how I use this chart, okay? I'm not saying no problem always happens. I'm saying no problem, that's how I do it. Now you're asking yourself, or you're asking me, well, why don't we see the lines over here? The levels. That's because it's not 9:30 yet. So we can have no signals or levels until it's 9:30. Because the IB statistic is not a thing until 9:30. At 9:30, I will be watching and anticipating over here for those signals. And if we get them, I'll trade just as I did yesterday mechanically. Remember that this is a micro. This is the smallest risk I can put on with a real trade. And if you notice, if I take a trade throughout the day, you will notice that it's a live trade. You'll see the value change in the dome. I mean, it's about as live as you're going to get. So there we are. Now you know the trigger chart. And I guess I could show you this part. We're standing around here waiting. Ahead of the game a little bit. So this is the backtesting. Now, this is the ES. I want you to be sure and remember that. This is the ES, okay? But it's exactly the same. These are the rules which this is the trading system that I use for backtesting. If you're a brave boy or girl, you can set one of these up and have it trade for you live on IRT, you know, go to the beach or whatever, like all those commercials. Not this kid, but anyway. These are all the rules that are required for the initial balance trade or initial balance continuation or failure associated with the IB high or low. This is how I vet those trades, and I know that I have a positive, expectancy, and that's how you trade as a business based on probabilities and statistics, not a video game or gambling. Okay. Back to the micro trigger. Notice trigger, micro trigger. This is ES, this is micro ES. I know. Yeah, I realize it's probably a joke to a lot of you guys, but this is how I do it. It's my ball and my pat, right? This is just normal. So where are we? Well, it's 9:20. We're getting close. Ooh, my spidey senses are tingling here. We've traded down. Blue boys on duty. There should be not a lot of question about context to this point. Very definitely south. Certainly not rotational at this point. One thing about the two separate vetted trades is the IB continuation trade is typically suggested by a directional market. Common sense, right? The IB failure trade is suggested by a rotational or balanced market. I mean, it's just common sense. Everything I do here, like I said early in the pre-market, there's no, I wish I could convince y'all that I needed to, you have to be, I'm a special wizard with a pointy hat and a magic wand, and for that reason you should send me lots of money. But that's not it. And that's not trading the way I believe it should be approached as a business. So There you go. Now we are approaching the 9:30 in another 10 minutes. We've got Signal Boy on duty over here with the trigger. Pretty quick, we're going to start seeing these lines materialize. That's going to be fun. And let's stand by. Let's stand by. I'm going to change my office lighting a little bit here, I think. I got some pretty cool, something just as completely offhand. QUNTS is the IS is the name of the company, and the thing is called Screenliner. They are a light bar that goes on the top of your monitors. I've got them on my two upper monitors on this 4-monitor rack, and they provide a down lighting so you don't get any glare or anything, and you can adjust the color and up and down and volume, and Jesus, really a huge help. Hats off to Rod for recommending them or stumbling across them. I've got two of them, one on either one of my two upper monitors. Something else I did was I'm just shooting the breeze, waiting for 10:30 or 9:30 here. Something else I did with my two lower monitors, which is what you're seeing here on the trading screens. These are 40 or 32-inch 4K monitors. And I noticed that I was having lots of eye problems. I had them flat, right, on this rack. And I took the two outside corners and pulled them in, so I kind of have a V, sort of, a poor man's version of a curved monitor. Helped a lot. If you've got big monitors or high defs, I would recommend doing that. Of course, if you're a young scallywag with nice fresh eyes and muscles and stuff, I guess it probably won't bother you at this point, but sooner or later. Okay. 7 minutes till the bottom of the hour, and what happens then? The initial balance high stops moving up, the low stops moving down, and the initial balance statistic becomes active. And there you go. Hammond, Louisiana. I got no idea who that is, but it's so weird when my phone starts ringing now. I'm not used to it. It's surprising me. Got a new phone. I just figured I'd turn the ringer off. Oh, yeah. So gone over how I vetted the trades, how the signals work, how the trigger chart works that I only use for visual confirmation. Yeah, let's do something while we're waiting here. A few minutes to go. Let's confirm that we're all set up to trade. We've got both on, so we can trade with a mouse over on the active data column or the DOM. It's a 2-lot configuration, which I know is the risk neutral story. Set up and back. Okay. Okay. dokie. One thing about the setup here, there's both. Like I said, or in the pre-market, if you're going to trade with your mouse on the chart, it's the active data column. If you're going to trade with your mouse on the dome, it's the dome columns. I don't think I mentioned today, but you can, of course, always trade with hotkeys in your keyboard if you set them up, which I had done, because I've traded with my keyboard most of my experience, I guess you could say. But there's two caveats. Number one, you have to have the focus of the computer on the Bookmap app for the keyboard to function, which is absolutely normal for every OS out there. You know, if I've got the focus of the computer over on IRT and I start doing something on the keyboard, how the hell is Bookmap going to know I want to trade? It isn't. That's pretty simple. So that's one thing to remember. I also determined from Bookmap here that for me, just for me, using the mouse is a lot faster and more accurate if I can just drop over here and click, right? Boom. If I right click here, that's limit order, sell. Down here, left click is a limit order buy. If you click below it, left or right click below the price, you're in a short whether you want it to be or not, you know. And then you can use, I think it's shift and, shift or control and set targets and stuff. But I use the multi-bracket, so I'm not very keyed up with that. So there you go. And we got about 3 minutes until the IB, until I'm reading it, just something up above, sorry. Until we have the IB, and then I can start watching for triggers. And as I said before, I will use the triggers only. There's no discretion. It's not like, oh, well, I didn't get the signal fire, but I took out the IBI, so I'm going to go there anyway. No. There's a reason why I wrote the rules the way I did for backtesting. If I discretionarily, if that's a word, take signals that don't really satisfy the rules, but something happens, then I've just defeated all the work I did for vetting the trades. Do I think there's a reason to change the rules for some reason? Like I talked about yesterday, maybe the initial balance, maybe the IB high, the A statistic, which has a rule that the open needs to be, and let's look at it from the IB high point of view, that the open needs to be below the IB high and close needs to be above the IB high. Maybe it needs to be equal to or above. Last 2 days or first 2 days of the week, no trades for that exact reason. Okay. That's a valid idea. That's a valid possibility. I certainly do not make any trades or adjustments during the live trading session. If I want to do what if stuff to see if the long-term statistically significant data set changes positively or negative by that potential change, then that's something to do during the study and homework period. And if so, then there you go. You've got to change. But that's the way you do it. And you only change one thing at a time. You don't change 3 different parameters and then wonder what the hell happened. Just putting that out there. And 30 seconds. And there's a VWAP. Now there is a setup which I have not vetted. Some people say vetted setup, structured trade. Okay, and it is VWAP, VPOC. And here's how that logic would work today. what has the VPOC done? It's migrated lower. That's another one, VPOC migration, by the way. Not good for me. Context is down. Price trades up to the VWAP, and it's I would imagine it's a fairly high probability trade to revert back down to the mean, back to the POC, and that trade is called VWAP. The way it's put forward, I think by Tom, is it's the mid or VWAP. Well, so which is it, the mid or the VWAP? VPOC. I think you need to be specific, and I think you need to really, I think you have to have stick to your guns, you know what I mean? Now, Harry's typing maybe VWAP, VPOC on deck through PLO, through the previous low, and that's very possible. What I've got here on my 4-monitor deal now, which I changed a little bit, I'm monitoring the stream on the upper monitor, on one of the upper monitors, and I have static going on the other one, so I keep kind of a finger on what my trading colleagues are doing. I don't input because I can't multitask very well. And my 2 larger monitors on the bottom are my trading screens. Over to my left stand-up desk is another monitor vertical, which is got OBS and stuff. And then around the corner a little further is a monitor on my 3rd machine, which is my old standby workstation. Boy, what a great old computer that thing is. 11 or 12 years old. Dell M6700 workstation. Does all, that's Outlook and, normal stuff. So here we are. Well, now what has happened? Ooh, baby. We have crossed the Great Divide. There's 930. The IB low will not move anymore, nor will the high. The initial balance statistic is in play. And let me point out something really important. Do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. That is a word of advice from the old guy. What do I mean by that? Oh, well, we're below this, we're below that, we're below the VWAP, we got below the POC, we're going to take the IB low. No, we're not. Who knows? Maybe. We haven't taken it, and I can tell you the number of times that I've seen it trade down like this and turn around and go the other way. Sometimes it does go that way. But the statistic has not been taken, therefore the initial trade, the A signal in my trading system has not been triggered until then. And I really strongly recommend, and this is the voice of experience talking from a lot of losses and stops, is trading in anticipation of the signal or the statistic. And if you think about it, higher time frame, they need more, they need inventory. They know that there's going to be a whole buttload of retail guys trading in anticipation for that signal. I think. So here we are. Trigger chart. Oh, here come the lines, baby. These are the continuation zone, trigger zone, pullback zone off the IB high. L'envers. Pullback zone, trigger zone, continuation zone, IB low. No statistic yet. Nobody left on 3rd. There you go. I've already gone around the mulberry bush there, and I know that I'm set up to trade properly. So if I get a signal, an A signal, and then a B signal, and then the trigger, boom. What trade do I think would be suggested today? Well, looking at the day, trade what you see, not what you think, but I would anticipate an IB continuation short. Who knows? We seem to be making a lot of ground to the bottom here. You know, there we are. We've gotten down now and taken these gaps out. We're into this micro composite down here. Here's, oh boy, we're gonna really spank China hard. Oh no, maybe not. Wow. Let's break a few more soybean farmers. Jesus. Crazy. Really crazy stuff, I think. And don't forget potential critical risk at the top of the hour. Post this over here, and this is what I mean by potential critical risk right there. We have no idea what's going to happen. It could be disaster. It could be just fine. You never know.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, we took out the initial balance low while I'm busy looking around over here typing shit, and we have an A trigger right there. Now we need a B, and then we need a trigger, and then I'll be short. So there you go. Mechanically. And it may be a bad deal. We may be just rotating around again, you know, taking out a V bottom, taking out some stops, who the hell knows. But I will take it. So I don't have anything to take yet, but, you know, if and when. If and when. Make sure these signals are firing correctly here. Bear with me. Oh, you can watch this, no problem. Continuation. Short. This should be the B. Yes. Let's make sure. I had an issue. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Now you see how this works. First of all, this is the positions. Then we have the close is less than the IB low. minus 12, which means it's in that zone, and the close is greater than there. So what's happening here? Why we're not getting a B, and maybe this needs to be revisited? The reason there's no B signal firing is we're not closing in the zone. And that's why. And it doesn't, if this one would have been there, that's fine. So we've gone on through it and we're selling off and there's no signal, right? So I have no signal to trade. And I'm taking these mechanically as would the trading system. Whether it's, that's a good idea or not, that's up to me, I guess. And real conscious of the random risk band taking the stage at the top of the hour here. Now, obviously, you can, in the heat of the moment, you can think of all different kind of ways why you ought to change the rules. But I will never do that during the trading day, and I will only do that after I change one rule at a time that I suspect needs changing, and backtest to see if it's actually an improvement or not over a large data set. Disappointing? Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice to be short? Yeah. Didn't have a signal? Am I short? No. Yeah, that's how it goes. First your money, then you close. Then. Would I really like to have the B signal and then the trigger a continuation? Yeah, boy, that would be fun. Don't know if I'm going to get that. Oh, yeah. Disappointing, huh? Well, look at her go. So let's get over here. Now, it's probably obvious that the Price is moving away from my signals. And that's disappointing. But, you know, I'm not changing anything. You know? Well, one thing also to notice, since I'm not showing the trigger chart, you'll notice that I have included in the code for these session price lines the continuation and the pullback zones from the trigger chart, so I can watch one spot and try to, you know, try to keep up with it. Now your monkey mind starts messing with you, see? Is this a tweezer bottom or a double, a double bottom or a fat bottom or whatever? Yeah, it is something there. No signal, disappointing. We need to get up here, come down into there, and then get back to the trigger and then down. Had we had a qualifying B here, we wouldn't have had a trigger yet, because this is the trigger zone. So, oh geez, I can't believe it. I actually had on the right screen. What a miracle. Is it disappointing and is it boring? Yeah, but this is called, that's why it's called work. This is a business. This is trading. This is not video gaming or gambling or gunslinging, from my point of view. And that's all I can speak to, is my point of view. So, what do we got going on here now? Psychologically, of course, this is tough. And you have to be cognizant of your monkey mind. Or as Tom refers to it, hide, The way I look at that whole story and psychology of trading is pretty, like everything else I do, kind of straightforward and simple, I guess. For thousands of years, the species has been developing. And reactions like FOMO, risk aversion, wanting to be right, those things are built into your wiring, into mine. And I've recognized that you are never going to get rid of them or eliminate them. What I believe and the way I approach the whole thing about statistics or about psychology is to be always in the moment and aware of those things within myself. Am I having an adrenaline rush? Is this FOMO? Recognize it. Say, hi, how you doing? Tom refers to it as Tom P refers to it as hide, which is kind of cute. But you don't act on them. You're an adult. You don't overtrade. You don't act on that stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's the way I approach it, and maybe it'll help. I don't know. Do I want to trade? Yeah. Do I start thinking, we're getting close to 10 o'clock. We bottomed out down here. Is this going to be around, are we bottoming and going to come back to trade back the other direction? What's going to happen when the random risk band takes the stage at 10 o'clock? All those things. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand here. And if I get a signal, I'm going to take it. So that's my approach. That helps. I don't know. Now I've got to make a pretty serious decision here in 8 minutes because, Richard that comes into the stream quite a bit from England, actually, he came up with a good one. He refers to Trump as Agent Orange, which is pretty funny. And if you're old enough to know what Agent Orange is, you'll know it's even funnier. But I don't know, anytime they are, some kind of clandestine, super secret, as an announcement, what's the announcement about? We're going to, have lunch, or we're going to declare a war on somebody. You know what I mean? Why don't they just say what the hell it is? But that's not what they do. I just looked up here and see something. There's a giant. You know what I mean? Excuse me. Well, well, well. Nelly Bell. We could get our signal now. Let's hope. Hey, Panda. How are you? Did you just wake up? You and a piece of chicken? Do you eat chicken? I don't know. You're a cat, right? Do you eat chicken, little girl? Hmm? Want to try a little taste? Offer her a little piece of chicken breast, and she wrinkles up her nose, licks her chops, and goes out of the room. Well, boy, they almost got up there, didn't they? That wouldn't be a B signal, of course, because it's coming from the wrong direction. I have to stop and remember how I have the rules. As I mentioned earlier, the coding, it's not just price gets in there and something happens. It's got to do with, for example, the A signal here. The open is above the IB, the close is below the IB, the previous previous bar to the signal bar. Open is higher than the close, and preferably the low is above the IB. So there's, criteria besides just price goes zooming through there. And I'm not saying there's going to be a signal now or anything wonderful is going to happen. I'm just pointing it out. I would certainly like to have a signal and take a trade. Kind of have to be a little, this is pure psychological, right? Purely psychological. I start thinking, well, how likely is it? Now we've been trading down here so long, we haven't gotten anywhere, blah, 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 blah. Are we going to revert back to the mean? Are we going to start trending back the other way? All of those things start tugging on your monkey mind. My monkey mind. And be ever mindful of the context. What happened to Blue Boy? There he is. What are we doing? What would you think the context of the day is if you had to guess? Me too. Me too. Oh man, this is so disappointing. And now we have a VPOC migration, which is suggesting lower prices. What do I mean by that? Or why does that do that? Well, remember the definition of the VPOC. It is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, right here, 59.61. And up here is 58.70. So we only need 100 contracts up here, and it's going to go back up there. But the point is, down, migrate lower, suggesting that, okay, let's trade down here now. But they forgot that they need to go up here so I can get short, and then they can trade. Then they can trade down all they want to. Not Panda. Are you just sleepy tired? You don't know where to lay down? Well, damn it, Janet. This is a situation where you want to have more than one trade in your playbook, right? Or your arsenal. At the moment, I only have one. I have two, but I'm not sure what trade this would be. I guess VPOC migration would be a possibility. But, I'll stick to my guns here. Now, it's really important. One of the things that's important kind of goes along with the monkey mind thing, but as I'm standing here watching this mess, humans are really good at identifying patterns, whether they're there or not. It's called confirmation bias. It's the reason that people are so adamant about Fibonacci and trend lines and stuff like that. It fills in confirmation bias, and you got to be really careful of it. If you use a trend line or a moving average to keep you aligned with context, I don't guess there's anything wrong with that. Seems to me like it's pretty easy to see what context is here. If you have a moving average of some sort that's floating along the top, and that helps you, good. But things like Fibonacci and retracements and all that kind of stuff they fall into the confirmation bias camp a lot. You need to be really careful about that, because just like now, you can start making up, if you don't stick to your guns. If I don't stick to my guns, I can start making up reasons to enter trades. And of course, that's not a good thing. That doesn't usually have a good outcome. This is so disappointing. Look at this, man. Son of a gun. Highly unlikely we're going to get back up to a signal here. And frankly speaking, if we get back up to a signal now, I'd be scratching my head if it was valid, or if we were turning around and, if the tanker turned around and was going to head the other way for a while. Really damn disappointing, I'll tell you that. There you go. Today. Ta-da. It's irritating. It's only irritating if you're not on them, right? I didn't have a signal. I'm not on the trade. I don't make them up, and I'm not going to do that. I don't think there's, and I'm only speaking to myself, of course. I don't think there is a history or I don't have the data to back up anything else other than what I've done. I'm going to do these a vetted trade at a time. And I admire the other guys that I have a bunch of different trades and feel comfortable enough to be taking those trades and are making money on them. That's great. Well, this is just doggone disappointing. I'll say it again, probably a lot of different times today. This is FOMO, right? This is fear, not FOMO, but whatever the chase thing is. And, you know, I'm not going to act on any of that, but boy, it is frustrating. All I needed was a signal, and I'd be short now and happier than a pig in the mud. You know, down 20 handles or so. 15 anyhow. Irritating, boy. And somebody tell these guys to turn around. They're going the wrong way. Damn. So much for the cool weather. It's 24C here now, which is about 72F. Oh, look here. How cute. They're going to take it up to the VPOC. Well, I'll tell you now, if they take it up to if they take it to a, what Tom and a lot of people would refer to as price check at aisle 3, is this still too high? That's, all the typical quotes from a lot of people. Back up here, I'd get my signal, and then they can sell off as far down as they want to go, but they're not getting too much. They're not making much headway here with all this buying, if you notice that. These would be fantastic VPOC migrations, which I am not good at taking, or I don't have a high successful history of taking or data set. I'm just kind of standing there being bummed about this. I'd like them to do a lot of stuff, but one of the things I'm sure about in trading is that nobody cares what I think or want. I don't know if I was unmuted for all of that diatribe or not, but yeah, it is what it is. The closest thing to a setup, which I would possibly vet next go around, would be the VWAP to VPOC, and they're still selling it off. So the chances of my IB continuation trade are out the window pretty much for the day. But hey, there's always tomorrow, eh? As I was thinking out loud a little while ago, the problem now that we have such a day, if the tanker turns around and starts coming back up in here, I will take the trade if I get the signals mechanically, as I've stated. But psychologically, I'll be thinking, has the tanker turned? Are we going back the other way for a while? Are they going to start taking profit? You know, all of those kind of glass half empty thoughts. Could be one hell of a free bar reversal going off here. So a couple of things just up front. I would absolutely not take a long, because that would be, in my opinion, at this point in the day, absolutely counter trend, counter context, however you want to look at it. I would be apprehensive in my monkey mind about having a signal now. Remember, for me to have a signal, we got to get up here and then here and then short. Not out of the scope of possibility, of course. It's 30 points, though. Think about that. This is NASDAQ kind of moving. And where I had I other vetted trades, or was just a gunslinger, I'd just throw one on and hope for the best. But I will not, even though I'm this is a micro, right? So risking less. The standard 2-lot risk neutral trade setup is risking less than 1%. So that's about as risk averse and cautious as I can be at this point. Man, these guys are rubbing salt in the wound over here now. I sincerely hope, and I'm quite confident that some of our colleagues here are definitely taking those VPOC migrations or the VWAP to VPOC or just, gunslinging short. Because, boy, this is a day for it. That 3-bar reversal didn't go anyplace. They've got to come all the way across this range and end up here to get a B, to get a trigger, in order to get a short. That's that's kind of a far cry, isn't it? I'd say those are pretty slim odds there. And, I'll take it, as I said once and will say again. I will enter that trade, but I would certainly have my monkey mind would be going, what are you doing? Because it's at some point you got to kind of imagine all these guys that are short are going to take profit. All the guys, remember that this is, the futures is a zero-sum game. So all of this selling down here, somebody's been on the other side of that buying it all. And how do they get profit? The market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. We're looking at it at a different level. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. Goes down to go up. Goes up to go down. It's a zero-sum game. You need to... That's really important to recognize, I think. It's like a fundamental dynamic in the market, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm about as I'm no more an authority than Joe Shit the Reg Man, but I have an opinion, and I've been watching this for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. Now we are we? Yeah, we're in RTA or IRT2, RTH2. Sorry, IRT on the brain. Simple, and those are just some time categories around the RTH session that Rod cooked up, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Just the total number of minutes of the RTH session divided by 3. And there you go. Damn it, look at it. They are not going to give me a get on spot to save their lives, are they? So I'm going to just not be thinking too much about this anymore. What else can I do here? Where am I? 256. These are the days where FOMO is a real thing and your monkey mind is something that you need to be. It's a great opportunity to, recognize and understand it and not give in to it and, chase and FOMO and catch up and all that monkey mind stuff. Son of a gun, man. They are really, really hammering this thing. So if you're on the short, it's a beautiful thing. And I happen to enjoy doing that. Somehow along the road, I realized that long-term shorts are not as profitable or have as as large a probability of success as an overall philosophy to trade longs. But somewhere along the line, I came up with the feeling that I like to short And it seemed to me that, they take the stairs. It's the old saying, they take the stairs up and jump out the window down, So it seemed like shorts were always more direct and to the target usually, to me. And that's just based on absolutely nothing scientific. Not a very good feeling, or a very anything to base judgment on. For sure. Don't forget now, this thing has got to go all the way across the POC and up to the IB low for me to have a verified trigger. And I'm guessing there's probably about 2 possibilities of that, and they're slim and none. Yeah, and you never know. After a big sell-off like this, I said this earlier, but after a big sell-off like this, you kind of want to be real. I would be thinking, well, are they taking profit now? Which is not out of the scope of reality. And another thing that's really important to recognize about trading and this kind of a day, trading in general, but this kind of a day especially, I'm not sure how you may have been raised or where you grew up, but most people, I think adults enough who are adult enough to be listening to this, have a developed work ethic to some degree. And since you were a kid, the basic thing you're kind of taught, that, reward is commensurate and proportional to your effort. Day's work for day's pay, all that kind of thing. And that is completely invalid in trading. Now, there's also another saying that says, this is very true, luck is when opportunity meets preparation. Do you have to know what you're doing? Do you have to have your chart set up? Do you have to have got a lot of screen time, done your statistics, all those things? Yeah, you do. But clicking that mouse is not directly proportional to your reward. That's real important I need to keep reminding yourself of that, especially a day like this. The best, supposedly, reportedly the best traders, the market wizards, who are now the new ones, are now this Vance or Lance Brightstein or Britstein or whatever. And some others are going to be in the new book, apparently. Take one trade a week, maybe, sometimes not. Looking for and these are guys who have verified $10 million accounts, traded verified, not just, like internet guru, wisdom kind of guys, but real people, real traders. I don't know what to make of this words of wisdom guy. It's a great play on words. I like that part. I've heard a lot of nothing but negative stuff about him and being a fake guy and part of a fake prop thing that just, took a bunch of deposits and closed down overnight, took the money out, all kinds of weird things. But then I see these podcasts that he does called Words of Wisdom. And some of the people that he has on there are, I think, bona fide, serious people that are worth listening to. So I don't know what to think about that. I don't listen. I figure what I don't know won't hurt me, and if it is some sort of, who knows? Like I said earlier, these guys, it used to strike me that some of the people that spent all the time and effort and intelligence and everything cooking up some illegal scheme would have just applied themselves to pretty much any business. They would have been phenomenally successful. That's kind of the way I think about a lot of these trader guys, is influencers. Get good at trading and make your living doing that, rather than, faking screenshots and using different accounts and photoshopping broker statement. That's kind of horseshit. Like, yeah, well, I don't know. I'm maybe way too old-fashioned, and don't forget I'm just an old cowboy from Montana, and that's exactly the truth. So that's why the stream is completely transparent and fully accountable. I take no trades off the stream. I stream live from 8 o'clock in the morning when I start the pre-market and everything through the cash close, and sometime after 1500 every trading day. And that's, my screens are 100% viewable, tied together with the computer clock and the date and, all that stuff. Live, real trading. It's an AMP futures trading account funded by me after I got completely hosed by Top Step a week or two ago. That's really disappointing, but hey, I'm not going to go over that anymore. I did it every day for that week to try to get the word out, and then my advice now is absolutely use caution. And I will say in their defense now, not anything to do with the way they violated their contract and screwed me, but if you start a Top Step account now, Combine, whatever, you will be forced to use Top Step X, whatever they call it, and only trade with that. And if you can do well at that and get funded and get money, good for you. But I would have no faith in anything they said from this point forward, because they lied to me, and I have emails to prove it. So, yeah. And here we are. Now we're coming into the middle of the frickin' day when oftentimes we'll have a reversal. So I would be real hard pressed. Closer we get to noon. Remember, this is Central Standard Time. Closer we get to that, and the more bottoming we put in down here, the less confident I will be of the signal to go short. I will take the trade, but because that's what you do. It's a vetted setup, and you take everyone that presents themselves without some implied layer of discrimination. One of the sayings that I think is really funny, it's not applicable here because I'm not in a trade, but it's the truth. It is a fact that you don't get any more intelligent when you're in a trade. And boy, if that isn't that's about as strong an emotion as FOMO, you know. It's like, oh, well, you had a reason for getting in that trade, hopefully, and you took that setup and that followed that reason and took that setup. Suddenly you're in the trade, and all of a sudden you're more, oh, wait, you're a lot more intelligent than you were 2 seconds ago. Oh, this is not right. That's not going to happen this way. And you do something about it. You know, I think it's pretty funny, and it's really the truth. Well, okay. We're halfway there, almost. This big consolidation over here. VPOC migration. I probably the most visible and obvious TLab, whatever setup trade here would be the VWAP to VPOC right here. Where's that damn blue guy hiding? There you are. Get back here, you lazy devil. He slides off behind the barn. I'm not sure what he's doing out there, but we can't trust him. You know, there we go. And in conjunction with the VPOC migration, so that was clearly, it wasn't a trade for me, of course, because it didn't have anything to do with the initial balance or any of that stuff, but right here was close, and boy, this is disappointing that we didn't just get up here to the trigger, and then I'd be sitting here all fat, dumb, and happy thinking, wow, look at what a star I am. Taking all these points. And you need to be careful if you're listening to this, that normally I keep the price ladder here at 1 point. Because of the range, about all I can get in is 2.5 points between each deal. So that's 10 ticks between each one of them. At the moment. Of course not. And this is perfectly normal price action. I mean, I'm not saying that anything abnormal, or I'm just, unfortunately, it doesn't fit with with the vetted trade that I have in my ammo box, and I haven't had a signal. I didn't have a signal on Monday. I did not have a signal on Tuesday. I had a signal yesterday, which I took and went to both targets. So far today, no signal. That is the business of trading, as opposed to making crap up and, a video game or gunslinging, in my opinion. And here is my trigger chart. Well, do you see any signals there anywhere? I see an A signal. Saw that, called it out. Ooh, was all excited. My spidey senses were tingling. Didn't get a B. Didn't get a trigger. Didn't get to participate. Is it a pisser? You bet. Is this a perfect opportunity to be aware of the here and now and aware of your self, your monkey mind? Did I have adrenaline, FOMO, want to chase it? Yeah, all of those things. But I'm aware of them. I recognize them. I didn't act on them. I'm an adult. I don't overtrade. I don't make up my own rules as I go along. And that's that. That's the way I deal with the whole psychological thing. And let's see, what else can I show you? Oh, here, let's look at yesterday. Come on. Come on. Here's yesterday. Come on, there we go. So, remember, 9:30. Nothing, nothing, nothing. These are B's, these are triggers. On this chart, I will reiterate for the new folks here. This chart, these lines are custom indicators that I put on which reflect exactly the levels required in the trading system. These signal markers reflect exactly the specific rules for each of these signals from the trading system. But I'm not going to bother, and I'm not sure even really how to bother getting these to be hidden until they're sequentially available, as is the case in the trading system. The rules must be sequential. A, B, trigger was yesterday, took the trigger, 2 point, both targets in the, so 60 ticks right there. This chart is only for my visual confirmation to make sure this stuff is happening when and where I expect it to. So there you go. And later in the day, I'll go through the whole backtesting thing and yada, yada, yada. Oh, here we go. There's the whole day. So in order for me to have a trade, we have an A. Now, let me just say something here. In the trading system, and therefore in my mind and the way I would trade it, the signals are sequential, as I said. A, need a B, need a trigger, take the trade. As long as I'm in a trade, however many of these A's fire, B's fire, doesn't matter. Resets, the sequence resets after I'm flat again, after whatever trade I was in is resolved. And that's the way it works in the trading system used for backtesting. And here we are. How disappointing. The magic of trading. What are we doing? What do you suppose the volume is? I'm guessing it's high. Yeah. I guess so. It's about 150% high. You know, that's a lot of selling going on there, boys and girls. And our ATR is 4.5 points, meaning it's 1.5 points outside my risk neutral 2-lot setup. Got to kick off the music here. Oh, this is pissing him off. There you go. That's got him nervous right there. Trump's having a bad week. And I must admit that I think the Fed, are right. Let's say I have more faith in the Fed's financial expertise and prowess and education than I do some of the uneducated, unexperienced, or inexperienced folks in the cabinet. I don't think there's anything wrong or political about that. It's the truth. You know? If you do, that's up to you. Well. Such a bummer, huh? Let's throw this over in the static and show the voice while we're dumping. This is how I do screen snaps and stuff, so there you go. Yeah. Such a disappointment, boy. I tell you, I would have loved. Imagine how full of yourself and self-fulfilled you would be had the trigger happened and the signal, and just be sitting here riding this short as far down as they want to take it. Keep trailing up behind these, swing highs, and obviously well scaled, and there you go. And it's just not lending itself in any way to giving me a get on spot. Reminds me of that old song, as the train left the station, they had 2 lights on behind. And that's another way of saying FOMO. And so now what are we? We're at 11:35. That's 3.25 hours, damn near 3.5 hours in. What magical crap can I think about here? I'm going to do the backtesting stuff on about the last, beginning of the power hour. So I don't have the machine all tied up in case something magical happens, but I can tell you nothing magical is going to happen here. We're putting in new lows and just keep going lower. Keep going lower. Boom. And now I'm going to point something out. There's got to be some stops right here, huh? And we're just about there. So that could be a big downdraft. Joy of joys. Volume is way up. I maybe won't post that. And of course, if you're trading the ES, it's the same. Well, it's the same as long as you're up here and as long as you keep your head above water. There you go. And shut off the naked volume points of control, and boom. Same shit, different day. Yeah. Pretty darn disappointing. That is for sure. Not in terms of any loss or lapse in discipline or diverting from my plan, but not having the targets hit, giving me the opportunity to trade in the direction of the market is disappointing because it's, beautiful. 67 here. Well, it would have been 70, and we're trading 35s. That's 35 handles. That's a lot. That's about $1,750 on a one lot in the ES, or $175 one lot on the this thing, the micro. I can tell you this one trade on the micros a week is not gonna take me too far. Not gonna break the bank anyway, or not gonna pay for that wrap Lambo, baby. I gotta pay that wrap Lambo, and hanging out with Musk and the boys. I gotta get all that stuff up to speed here. I think yesterday gave these guys seemed like there was quite a bit of a wake up kind of from the election side of things. I'm so switched off about all that, and so intentionally not following it. I didn't even know yesterday was or day before yesterday was an election day. Makes sense, it's the first Tuesday of November if there's going to be one, but I wasn't aware of. Now, there weren't any races that I know of that I was really interested in, so I guess that's part of it. I think they shook up the MAGA camp. The red caps were kind of shook up, probably still are, actually. Well. I don't know what to say. It makes for real boring live streaming, that's for sure. I appreciate those of you who have come by and hang around. That's nice, but throw something in the chat, or let's do something. Trading ain't gonna be it. Isn't going to be it. Boy, I'm starting to sound like I was born over here in Texas. And I was not. So make that clear. I heard I heard the funniest ad on YouTube. Some guy is an advertisement about magnetic trailer lights, which is pretty cool. It was really cool thing, actually. If you've ever been involved in that, needed that thing, but the fella was from the South, Louisiana or somewhere. I had my wife and daughter listen to it. They were laughing and could barely understand. Ain't nobody done ever told me about these damn magnetic trailer lights. Look at here, you just mash this switch down and you get them lights right on. And that's not an exaggeration. That's an exact quote. And it just made me smile. First, I think those guys, I've always gotten along with those kind of guys pretty well. And it was funny to, sometimes you forget about how different dialects and thinking and all that stuff is in a country, in the same place. My wife and daughter are from Vietnam, and there's a huge difference in dialect and all that, similar to the South and the North in America, I guess, between Hanoi, North Vietnam, and South Vietnam. They're from Saigon, so I've known that for years because we lived over there for a long time. But you just forget that it's applicable everywhere. Oh, man. let me this is mega boring. But this is trading. And I'm standing here obviously for my journal in the live stream. Guys want to all get together and promise me that if I go take a shower and take a nap or something, you'll split the money with me, because you know the minute I do that, this thing is going to take off and rip one direction or the other. That seems to be a foregone conclusion. Are they finally going to come back up here and tease me? Like I said before, I'll take the trade. If it sets up, take the trigger. But I have no... With this kind of a day, I wouldn't have any... wouldn't definitely make any predictions. Or barely even have an anticipation as to whether it would be a win or not. But if it's a trigger and it's a signal, it's going. It's going to be a trade. Okay. Man, they can't even do it now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty exciting. Pretty quick, they're going to get up here to a VWAP, VPOC set up in conjunction with my trigger pretty soon. Not that that means anything, but, you know, scratching for something to pay attention to here. Notice that the IB is at the exact low volume node here in the profile. And I mean the exact low volume node. Well, yeah. Definitely building a V-shaped profile, which would say long liquidation. Selling at the bottom, in other words. Pretty obvious. Yeah, so here we are in the damn 12 o'clock already. So, well, I am gonna take my own advice here. And I missed that time, so I'll do it now. Need to recognize that the most critical, important piece of equipment you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. It's important to realize that, or perhaps more so than being aware of your monkey mind, you know. Think about it, all the money and time and thought we put into monitors and software and microphones and data connections and yada yada yada, you know, setups and blah blah blah. Your eyes and your brain take all that information in and make financial decisions that affect you. Yet most people pay little or no attention to that tool, which is you. You know, you got to make sure you're healthy, well fed, hydrated, well rested, not on emotional tilt. We sit for hours with our short focus muscles and our eyes contracted focusing on these screens. Every couple of hours, get up and go outside, walk around, look down the street, rest your eyes a little bit, get some natural light. Be hydrated. If you're on tilt, emotional for whatever reason, don't trade. Be as aware of that as you are anything else in your office. And that's real important, I believe. And I'm going to take my own advice here, which I do every midday for a little bit, and go for a walk down the street and around the mulberry bush and get some fresh air and some sunlight and natural light. Focus, as far down as I can look. That's important. And with that, and this is just, extra annoying. They can't get up to a signal for me to save my life, so I am not going to think that they will. There's the only signal I have today, the A. Didn't get a B. Had I gotten a B and a trigger, we'd be short, and wouldn't that be fun? But that's not the case. Yesterday was one signal, one trade, both targets, no problem. The 2 days before that, no signal, no trade. And this day's shaping up the same way, which is pretty damn irritating. So I'm going to go out and get some fresh air and work up a little bit of a sweat and see what kind of trouble I can get into outside there. And if you make any money, be sure you give me half, right? Because typically when I leave the screens is when all hell breaks loose and everything wonderful happens. So you understand how the signals work. These are the the pullback zone, continuation zone, and the IB. And the trigger zone is just 1 point either side of the IB. So get over here to Bookmap. There's the pullback zones, continuation zone, and the IB. If we get up here, which I thought had hopes we would, get the trigger, get the pullback, then get the trigger, and then get short. Then they could do all of this they want to do, and I'd be a happy camper. But highly unlikely. And here's the day. So I think I can leave y'all in good hands with Bookmap here. I have, would I like to be in a trade? You bet. Am I experiencing FOMO or, regret or chasing or whatever, or thinking about, shall I just take a trade? Yeah, of course, all of those things. Those are all part of your monkey mind. But the key to being a trader is you don't act on any of that crap. I have a signal, I have a setup, and I'll take that setup if it presents itself. If it does not, guess what? I won't take a trade.
Time slipping through my fingers. Can't recall all the days as the ocean falls and rises. So does life have to change? Don't buy plastic flowers when I die. Go somewhere, spend it well, live your life. And if you mourn me, don't mourn for too damn long. Don't buy plastic flowers when I'm gone. All the world, she's getting older, and she can't recall her age. As the flowers die in winter, I guess she has to spend that way. Don't buy plastic flowers when I die. Go somewhere, spend it well, and live your life. And if you mourn me, don't mourn for too damn long. Don't buy plastic flowers when I'm gone. When I meet you by the graveside, I hope you brought the real kind. Don't buy plastic flowers when I die. Go somewhere, spend it well, and live your life. And if you mourn me, don't mourn for too damn long. Don't buy
Okay, am I rich yet? Maybe not. Okay, so where are we now? Let me just see now. Coming in here from outside, looking at this on the phone. Blue boy's a wall again. There we go. So we need to get up here to the pullback zone and then the trigger. And now we've got the VWAP clear down top of ourselves. And that's not surprising. See what Trigger Boy is up to here. Well, we're just cooking up around this. Now remember that this is the VWAP up here, and this is the market profile. So the IBs are different because they're based on the profile, DPO, as opposed to the volume. This is the IB low right here at that low volume area, if I'm not wrong. Okay. No trigger, nobody left on third. Well, what I'm looking for is a continuation B, pull back to the trigger, and then short, and away we go. Or as we say here, and a hearty hi-ho silver. Oh, here we go. Whoa, I'm excited now. Let's see what we're doing here. We need an A. Let's get over here. We need a B, and then we need an A, which would be this trigger zone. Will we get any of that stuff? I have no idea. I mean, we've been all day without it so far, so am I going to just cheat and cut the corner? Nope. Absolutely not. I've got lots of work invested in this process, and I'm not going to give up on it because I believe it's the truth. And as I talk about in the later when I'm discussing or when I'm describing the full risk trading system as a statistical business, it's not some epiphany that I had. You know, this is the accumulated wisdom of all of the best hedge fund managers and traders in the world. And I'm talking about, you know, Druckenmiller and Tom Sosnoff and Tom the Trader and Paul Tudor Jones and Jim Simmons and those guys. I'm not talking about, you know, some YouTube dork, Matt or, you know, somebody like that. I'm talking about the real deal. And they all agree that the only way to successfully trade is as a statistical business. Will we get up here and take a trigger and it go blasting through this low volume zone into the upper distribution? Very possible. Will I be stopped out? Yeah, if that happens. Because that's the way it works. Oh boy, that's close, huh? And you remember that close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. There are a lot of people that approach trading from the position that, or from the attitude that, you know, that's close enough. But I have a little more specific rules when it comes to this vetted trades. And maybe, as I said 1,000 times before, but you never know if somebody new here or not. Maybe I need to reevaluate those specifics of the trade rules, but I never do anything like that with my trade plan or my rules or my targets during the live trading session. That is the job for your study period, your homework period, your whatever the hell you want to call it, away from the live market. And in my case, if I think, for example, that I want to, instead of having the low be below the level and the close be, the open be below and the close be above, if I want to say maybe I don't care about the close, I want to look at the high, then I change that rule in the back test and I run a new back test and I see if that is suggest the right move or not. You know? And I'm hoping that this happens. Now let me do another quick round robin here. We got both. We're going to trade with both. We've got the low and the 2-lot risk neutral package on. We're all set to go, and I will trade with my mouse on Bookmap, applying these rules. When I get this B signal and then the trigger, I'll put the trade on without hesitation in Bookmap. So there you go. And getting a signal here is going to be kind of goofy because it's got to come down from the top and into the pullback zone or into the continuation zone. Then it needs to pull back to the IB. That's how the rules work. So that may not be a likely situation. What would be ideal here is a price check of L3. Well, yeah, here, thereabouts, then come down, back up, and boom. I have no idea, obviously. Well, that's not what I had in mind. Didn't quite get there. There's some... What's going on in random world? Oh, here we go. Oh, well, here you go. Caution. So mind your risk, huh? And now we have the world famous yeah, okay, so in other words, we've got things happening. Now, this was completely unscheduled, as you see. So this is completely random risk. Exactly what I warned for, not political, but the truth. This is exactly what happened. Only it's actually a little less so. This was the result of a tweet. At least this current episode or event is is in the White House, and there was enough of a schedule that the photographers are there, so I guess they just didn't get it into the dockets or something. I don't know, but anyway, be careful. This was just a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. 220 something handles. Well, I'll be standing on the side. Son of a gun. I tell you. Standing on the side. He's all gonna make a bunch of threats and call people a bunch of names, I suppose, and who knows what. Now I'm really in a problem now. Do I stand by until this is over, which should be. I want to take a trade. I don't have a signal, so that's not a question, but I want to forethink my response, right? You don't plan on what you're going to do with an engine out after you get an engine out. You plan for that and train for that and everything else well in advance. And what in the world is the announcement about, you know? Just really and truly, I have a theory that all this stuff, like the Venezuelan story and, you know, the National Guard marching around in cities and the army, is all misdirection, I think. It seems to me, you know. Otherwise, because the minute whatever the thing, Epstein or whatever they're thinking about or they're talking about, then all of a sudden out comes some new crisis. It just seems kind of superficial to me. I may be completely full of crap too. You never know. Well, now this is really a quandary for me. there's, now this is, I guess this is just a paranoid response to what may happen out of the Supreme Court, I guess. I don't know. There's nothing on the docket, so I just have to wait for some announcement that it's over. That's not all warm and fuzzy, is it? Well, didn't need to have that happen. Didn't need that to happen. Not that anybody cares what I did or did not want to have happen, but you get the point, I guess. I don't have any monitors or speakers in my office here. I keep it quiet. So if this music's goofy or loud or too soft or something, somebody throw something in the whatever. Okay, thanks, Richard. Yeah, if it's not right, throw something in there and we'll see what happens. We're not going to get any good news as far as my signals. It doesn't look like, but, you know. Well, that was a short one. I never expect that that guy to last only 10 minutes with a microphone and a bunch of cameras. That's good. I'm not saying bad. I'm saying good. But you know what I mean, right? Okay, let's get up there, make a signal, and get a trade on. I'm getting tired of this. Thanks a lot, Richard. I appreciate that. See if I can send you a chat somehow. Let me see what happened there. Oh, look at that. Okay, yeah, everything's working up and down and back and forth, and good for me. Now, if the damn thing would just get a signal and fall out of bed, I'd be just tickle pink. Okay, let's assume that Einstein, the random risk band, is not going to take the floor again, or the microphone again, and get on about this trade story. And we're at 1300. So, what happened? Now we've got to get over the initial balance to get, or the VWAP to get to the IB. The plot thickens. The plot thickens. This is the ES, the MES. Notice how they're different? You see this? Subtle, but, important. The VWAP is down here at 68, or 67, 68 on the ES, and the IB is up above it at 72. MES, there we go. It updated, and now it's pretty close. Well, there you go. Good deal. A minute ago, it was not updated, I guess, just my machine. Never mind. Okay, there we go. We're still voluming, I'm sure. Let's get to Mr. Trigger Brain over here. So what am I waiting for? We all know that, right? I'm waiting for the signal. Got an A right here. I'm waiting for a B and a trigger. And then I'm going to be over this thing short like dog on a bone. Not that it's any kind of a sure slam dunk, but it's within. It is a vetted trade. This is a signal. If I get the signal and it's in alignment with context, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, we've got Blue Boy over here. We've got context here, and here we are. We've got our A signal back over here somewhere, and now we're going to get hopefully the B and then the trigger, and then take this bad boy to China. Let's go. Let's go visit Li Xing Pan, whatever his name is. Forgot. Xi. And we may never get the signal, and this may just be the day. You never know. Very possible. Okay. Well, we're not going to get a B out of this yet, so they've got to get up above that and come back down into it. He said. Oh, this is exciting. My spidey senses are all tingly here. I'll be really quite anxious to take. Ooh, look at us go. Take a trade. Here, if we can. Don't forget now that we have to get a B signal. And that is given when price comes into this. And then we get a trigger. Trigger up here. And down we go. I don't mean down goes the market. I mean, I hope down goes the market, but that would be a IB continuation short. Trigger and setup. Setup, signals, and trigger, I guess is how you'd say that. And you notice that we're not getting any of those signals here because the market's trading the wrong direction. Well, now what? Now we could actually get the signals in a row, and we have done a price check at aisle 3 pretty much. But that's a B going the wrong way. Ooh, this is a tough one for me now, because this is a long signal, and do I take it or not? I think not, because it's not in context with the alignment with context, which is I haven't quite figured out how to get that coded into the rules here, and there is not a trigger yet, if you notice. So good for me. I don't have to make a discretion. Now what will we get now? Will we get a B? And then will we get a trigger? Let's check. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Nothing. Come on, a little further down, you suckers. Don't need an A. We've already got one of those.
This could set up a B though, and then a pullback would be our trigger. What I'm doing here is
The IB low is taken.
that's the pullback, or that's the continuation zone if it gets down in there a little bit. What I did yesterday and I'm doing with these is, here's one of those cases where do I will have to redo this weekend, and now this would be the trigger. And this would be a B if it weren't for the close. And I'm kind of, to be honest, I'm a little wondering where the hell the signals are. Let me see what's going on here. IBC short is right there. That would be a B, which we didn't get yet. And this is the trigger. I'm gonna have to look at this real thoroughly here. Looks to me like it ought to fire. I don't know why. Let's see if we get a B out of this thing. I'm not sure why there's not a this is not a trigger because it's outside the trigger zone. Get another one of those megaphones again here. Well, I'm all excited now to make a trade. That would have been lovely. Nothing is happening yet, though, and that's the unlovely part. Let's check the signals out. Okay, this is a IB low short. Right there. So there's the B signal. Open is greater than the close. Close is less than the IB low minus 12 and greater than the IB low minus 20. Right here. You see, this is the This is a specific criteria that I need to really back test this weekend. These are all based on the close, which is right there. Outside the zone. That is a big issue. Okay. I just want to make sure something hasn't broken, but it hasn't, unless I'm broken. Now, not to put too fine a point on it, but I didn't override the signals because of the, and these are not signals because of the close. And it's worth pointing out that had I done that anyway, I'd be stopped out. Not saying that I won't be, but those are not part of the specific criteria which the back test is based on, and the statistic, the vetted trade. So yeah. Cool. Well, rip down there, catch a bee, slide up for the trigger, and then, you know, everybody out the window. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get with it. Oh, here we go now. Maybe they're gonna. Maybe somebody heard me, huh? Maybe somebody heard me. Boy, we're getting these flipping A's all over the place, aren't we? And Monday and Tuesday, I had B's and triggers till the cows come home, and no A's. Oh, therefore, no trade. Now, you know, come on. And what day is this? I don't even know. Ah, Thursday. So there's another day left in the week. Okay. And these, you see, this is. Let me point out. These are micros. So a full risk neutral 2-lot package to both targets is 60 points, but that's only $75. Where normally I'm used to the mini, which that means $750. So, now this is pretty weird. I think I just saw this happen, and I don't think this was the case before. Was it? Did this just happen? This trigger? I wouldn't take it, but still, you know. I can't imagine why that would be delayed like that. I'll look into that one. What I was going to say was, So, you know, if you get 1 or 2, and I have a 2.24 basically, a 1 to 2.24 risk reward ratio. So, you know, a couple of wins in a week, and that's better to, you know, sharp stick in the eye. Keeps the wolf from the door. It's a good place to, it's good maintenance. Not anything like the big shots, but, you know, won't make the payments on that wrap Ferrari, but well, come on, get a B, damn it, girls, and then get up there and get the trigger, and then let's get this show on the road. Let's go out the bottom. Show these guys how you can fall out of bed. Come on. Come on. Now I want to see why, if I'm not mistaken, this just materialized. And it's quite possible that I am completely nuts. You see how I've got these set up for low and not close? And the open is less than the close. That doesn't mean. Oh yeah, is this the trigger? Yes. Okay. What that? I'm busy looking at something here. Just a minute. I can't go traipsing around the house. All right, here we go with another trigger. 4 along. But we're out of sequence here. We got the B ahead of the A, you see? Now, let me see if I'm a fool. No, I'm not. That is the first B ahead of the A, so it's not a thing. Neither's this. What I want now is a damn B and get down short, you suckers. This is a job for homemade sourdough toast and peanut butter, I think, isn't it? Sounds like it is to me. Now this is a, in case you're not aware of this, I'm standing here from a little bit like 5:45 this morning. It's now 13:25, and I'll be here till around 19, 20 this afternoon, this evening. Makes for a long day, so I'm, doing stuff. Besides just standing here screwing my eyes up. But I'm on just like when I went for that short walk to get some fresh air and give my eyes a rest. I had the stream on my phone so I could see that we were getting back up to this area, and I skedaddled back home here. And here we are at price check at aisle 3 again. Who knows, what might happen. Short squeeze. Never know. At this point, never know. I know that I don't have a signal. I haven't had a trade signal. We got a B. Now we got an A. Then we got a B. Now will we come down and get a trigger? Wow. I have to really think long and hard about that because the system would take it. The backtest system would take it. But I have something that I haven't been able to really code right yet, which is context. I want to be sure I'm always trading in context. What in the hell is the context? Well, it was down. Now, as the tanker turned and we're going to head back the other way, that's the next question. I would have to, if I'm going to stick to my guns and eat my own dog food, I would say that I would take the trigger come hell or high water. I'm not going to have anything to worry about here by the way it's trading, but that's a question that I need to think about long and hard this afternoon. And I also need to figure out how in the hell, how to code that. Is it a rule worth coding, and should I? I guess you could use, is price below VWAP? I mean, that's pretty much of a indicator of context, I guess. You could use some sort of a, moving average or something like that. And boy, it doesn't seem like I can win for losing today. Look at this thing go. I also need to think about the time. Because I have a end of day rule, which takes me out of any trade I'm in 90 minutes from the close. So that's 2:30. Not that it's anything, not that I have anything to worry about, but you know, I'm going to try to be aware of everything. Well, you know, it's just some old trader logic. We're getting a lot of selling right here, and they're not getting paid. That's usually not a good thing. It is in effect absorption. The sellers are absorbing the buying, and they're not getting any lower ground. Yeah. Sorry about that. I was too far from the mute button. Well, nothing's happening very good for me here, but boy, there's a tussle going on in there. Look at these guys fighting this out. Boy, I'll tell you, they are holding on to this little fractal right here like nobody's business. Man, oh man. Pretty quick they're going to get the damn, now they've got 3,000 or something contracts to get up here to bring this POC back up, but, wow. They're holding on to it, and they're fighting like hell anyway. And of course, the ship bearing my dreams is sailed out of sight. Back over here. Sunk or something. I don't, no harm, no foul. But boy, I was all keen and spidey senses all tingly here to get a trigger and get a trade off, and see what I got to show for it. Nada pinata. Here we go. The power out. No, hell no. It's only 1340. We're not even close. I was reading the clock all wrong here. I wonder if these pencil necks realize that they are screwing up my nap. Remember what I said about, plenty of rest and all that? So I'm going to get cranky here in about a minute. Well, we could get a B now. Well, we have a B. We don't need one. We need a trigger. Well, I've lost track. I can't even do the alphabet anymore. There's the A. No B for the short. There's the A, there's the B. We need a trigger for the long. This is the trigger, but there's a missing ingredient right here. Excuse me, even from here, even from these, there's not a B anywhere. So I'm going to be pretty disappointed now if we get down here and then it goes short and I don't get that either. So there is a long trigger, and I'm not sure what to do about it, to be honest with you, given this trade that we're getting here. But let's put it on like we're supposed to. And where am I? What time is it? It's 5:42:29. And that is IB. Yeah. Oh, what's happening here? Nothing? Nothing good, it doesn't look like. Get over here. Yeah. So this is probably not going to work out in my favor very well, because it's kind of counter trend, which I've been talking about a lot, but I took the signal as I was supposed to. Now, with that and a couple of bucks, I'll be able to probably make a pay phone call. What are we going to do here? Are we going to get a scale? Oh my goodness, can you believe it? Up there, one more tick, one more bump. Now, come on, girls. Show me your big shot. Come on. Come on, Donnie Ray. Tariffs are off. And there's the risk neutral scale. And did I just take a deep breath? You bet your booty. I did. Oh, 5:44:17. Pretty funny. Yesterday, this risk neutral scale was 37:17. Does this mean I'm going to get somewhere? It means I'm going to be scratched. Now, what could I do? Well, I could trail up. And I could trail up and lock in here, or come on, squeeze these suckers, show them who's boss, boys and girls. This is something that I now, let me start over here. When I vet the trades, I put a trade on and nothing happens, because you cannot do that. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the same data set. Now I can manage the trade, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to scale to here, plus a tick for commissions. And in a little bit here, I'll bring it up to this one. What would that be? That would be a 1-to-1 ratio, which is not very good, but it beats the hell out of a nothing to one ratio, right? And if you look at this logically, if the backtest is profitable without touching the stop, you can only improve the probability by bringing the stop to break even. It's only makes sense, I think. Could be wrong, but you know. Now, if you wanted to be real good about some of the trade management philosophy, you would bring it up to swing low. There's one. Here's another one. I'll just leave it where it is. What would happen then is I would have $1.50 or something, whatever that is over there, something like that. You know, it would be just the one target, T1. Am I on track? Oh, okay. We can do this too. We can do this and that and oh, that's wrong. That's the wrong one. I'm sorry. That. There's the one we want. We'll do a screenshot of that. Get the whole shooting match here. Okay. I use that in my journal, static journal. Oh, there we go. So there's our stop out. Now, this is where you start getting mad at yourself if you trailed up. If it comes down here, doesn't take my stop, and then turns around and goes to the moon, Alice, this is where you get really pissed off at yourself. Or I do it myself. Let me put it that way. 05, 48, 49, 48, 55.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Oh, now let's watch this. This is going to be pretty funny. I'll remember that this is a family-friendly website. But look now, here you go. You see? I'm stopped out now with this little profit over here. But we trailed down to here. We pulled back, did not take the stop. Now let's see what happened. And that's an age-old discussion or, debate. Typically, the way I think about it is if you get another 5 points out of it or something, or 10, then you scale. Then you trail to break even plus a tick or something. But let's see what happens. This is pretty interesting here. Yeah. So there's one on T1 and trail to break even. Stop. Now let's watch. If this squeezes up to my profit target up here, I'll have to mute off so I don't be offending the little little ears, you know. This would be pretty funny. And for all of the time that I've been doing this back testing, I just put the trade on, step back. I never trail them up. I can't. Because that is then not valid for the, that would not be statistically valid for the data set for back testing. So, you know, and here I am trying some experimental horseshit, which I have not done. And look at here, we're getting higher lows, higher highs. I mean, you can start looking at all the different fractals you want to look at here, but get the point. I took the trade specifically on the setup. I'm happy about that. And now, it's not 1400 yet. Do I have another setup? No. I don't have a B here yet, but if I do, I could take it. A, B, trigger, down we go. Hi-ho, down we go. I mean, and I would do that. Why not? I hear my little sweet wife in there in bed yawning and making all kind of sleepy noises like, why aren't I taking a nap? Kind of hard to tell, you know, hard to hear her over the cat snoring. One of our cats snores so loud. It's kind of nice because then I never get any crap about snoring. Okay, now here we've got an A and a B. If we get a signal, I've got a short on my hands up here, which would be kind of okay. We watching this? Yeah, we are. Okay. Come on. There we go. There's our A. There's our B. I don't know what the hell this thing is. Oh, I do know what this is. It's offset. It's supposed to be under here. Okay, that's stupid. I don't know what. Now here's the trigger. That's going to be a trigger right there. Now let's take it. Let's take it. See what happens. Oh, come on. Come on, girls. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. This is the problem with a resting order. That's the problem with a resting order. There we go. So we're in the short. Trade number 2. 554.05. 54. 34. Wait a second. Oh shit. 05. 54. 34. 54. 34. IBC short. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what it is. And this is gonna be D1 scale. Maybe not. Nope, never not. Right straight to a stop. Okay. Well, that's exactly what happened the last time I tried that. Exactly. I couldn't even get I couldn't get the words typed quick enough from stop to short to scale, and there we go. Oh, what time did that happen? I don't even know. It's 55, say 58. That wasn't any fun. Pretty quick, huh? And look at us go. Look at he split. Now here's another B long. I'm not going to go there. Am I? Wow. I think I have to think about this now. Is this just going to be a flurry of crap here? So I'm in the hole by one because I had one here and a scratch here and two here. Yeah, I'm 11. Okay. Didn't get my trigger. Didn't get the trigger on this one, on that A. Didn't get the trigger over here. Well, also didn't show you all this part over here. Well, now they're probably going to squeeze them and just go like crazy. Okay, remember when I was all excited about watch how mad I'm going to be when this doesn't get taken out? Well, there you go. It would have been. I guess my only other thing that I need to look at is, do I, instead of break even, should I have gone to T1? Who knows? And they're going to take this, and now it's going to drive all the way to T2 up here, but there has been no signal. No signal. No signal. Disappointing too, because that's beautiful. And here we are in sock up in the power hour in another few seconds. I really not sure what to think about that. If I have to, this is something that I need to figure out. If I have a signal, do I take it after 2, for example? No trigger there. We've got the A, we've got the B. We had the same thing over here, but that went right straight in the crap can, didn't it? But it was a signal. It was an A, it was a B, and it was a whatever it went, trigger somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, now I've broken one of my rules and paid the price for it here with this stop, getting all excited and getting this ahead of the trigger. There's no trigger here. There's the A, the B, no trigger. I would not have been in that trade. That's what happens when you get the cart before the horse. And now I have an A, a B, and will we have a trigger? Nope, because it's coming from the wrong direction. Will I have an A, a B, trigger? The plot thickens. So that was really stupid. That's an error on my part. That'll go in. And look at this now, coming out of no place after the signal. It's because I've got this, I have these set to fire on the next bar. So this would have been the trigger. And do I take it? Looks to me like we're getting lower highs and lower lows, doesn't it? It's not a signal now. It's not a trigger now, but well, I missed that one thinking about it too hard. I missed that one thinking about it too hard. And it's going right where right where it belongs. I think. Yeah, I missed that one. Shit, this one was no good. Didn't have a signal. That's an error. And this one, I missed the signal. Damn. Shazam. And of course it goes on to T1 and who knows what. What are we doing here? What am I thinking about? Where's the frickin' POC? It's down below us. Well, that's pretty darn disappointing here. I'll have to figure out how to do that. I don't have any idea. I guess with Visual Basic, maybe? How to code the signals on, how to have the signals reproduced in Bookmap. Yeah, got no idea. So this was no signal. That's an error. This is correct. This is no signal and an error. This, I missed the signal and it's going, Going to both targets, probably. Pretty darn disappointing there, I'll tell you. FOMO material. Now we're getting into the 1406 time. Normally I would be going through the backtesting, but this is kind of exciting here, and I need to think about whether I would put another trade on or not. The end of day rules would be at 230, so I would flatten off at 230 no matter what. Boy, that sucks, because that would have been a, well, 72, well, 77. It wouldn't have been both targets is clear up here, but it would have been better than poking the nose, I'll tell you that. Oh. Oh my gosh, darn it. I'm gonna have to figure something out. Or I can take these, be a little more something, I don't know what. I'm trying to think of how I could set this up differently so that I would not have that issue of missing the signal. I'll say, The only way I know to do that would be either split the top or it's not a matter of the stream seeing it. It's a matter of me watching both of them at the exact same time, because it's not hitting on the stream. It's not firing from IRT. I need to put the order in manually on Bookmap. And I blew it right there. That was a clean sweep right there. Damn it, Janet. Okay, so I'm one trade scratch. Well, better than scratch, actually, one up, break even. And an error with no signal. That's pretty well. When did that enter? A little ahead of the game. Pretty weird. $14.02. No. Huh. I'll have to get to the bottom of that. And being really bummed out that I didn't catch this one on top. Mr. Slowboy. And you gotta, I mean, I'll have to apologize that I'm not used to just firing off trades right, left, and center. One or two a day, one every few days, more normal. So 2 or 3 in a day is not what I would consider isn't typical for me. So and this is real money, live account. So I want to be sure that I'm doing the right thing. But this is very definitely a signal that I didn't take. Right there. Yeah, right there. No stop, no heat, and up we go. We're not stopping yet. We haven't got it. I mean, it would be scaled, but you know what I mean. Okay, so I will not be looking at any trades at this point. With the end of day rule at the 14:30. So where am I with the rest of this tomfoolery here? 6:03. I'm not going to get into trading as a business. I'll talk about that one tomorrow. That's back testing rule, win rate, trading system. Okay, we'll go. Back testing, eh? Where are we? 12, 13. Okay, so yeah, I apologize for this timestamp thing and my lack of ability to multitask really well. Okay, here we go. Now they're going to show everybody who's boss. It's going to make me feel better about not being long. And probably take another trigger over here. So anyway, I'm out of the game at this point. Back testing. Let me see if everything's okay. Yeah, so back testing. I assume if you've been following along with this, you gather that all this is a result of my back testing. I hope I've made that pretty clear. So here is the back testing system, and be forewarned, this is ES, not MES. That's what I did all my original stuff with. And you'll notice that this looks pretty familiar. Now, this is the back test or the trading system, and these are the rules that the computer goes through and evaluates each one of these rules every 1 minute candle, if you have it set for 1 minute or 5 or whatever you do. So the rules are a little different because you have to code each step, each rule, each requirement that you feel is important has to be coded here by rule, in sequential rules, and that you have to set up our code long and short, B high, IB low. Anything that you want to have happen has to be specifically done. End of day rules. Here, as I was just talking about those. Here's the end of day short and the end of day long exits. If you're still in a trade at whatever time I have set as the end of day, then it automatically flattens it out. So that's how it works. And the entries are down here. And then I have also figured out how to do what if stuff, like what if I trail up? What if I do this break even thing every time? And the way you approach that is you do the back test and copy all the data the way it is. Then you change one rule, one thing, one element. And you run the back test again. Is it an improvement? Is there greater expectancy? Is there less expectancy? What? Is it better or not? Simple. And you can do one after the other rules. And you can also get real complicated and optimize over historical data, and then take that optimized strategy and run it over untested data to see how you forward test. This does a lot. Oh, look at us go. Oh, aren't I happy? I'm not. I would have been out, see? Okay. And so what are the advantages of backtesting? Well, first of all, it is absolutely devoid of any human input or discretion. Oh, look at this big V thing we got going on here. Sorry, I can't keep my eye off the market. It's just doing ripping and snorting over here, and I'm not sure why. There's a big V reversal. I'm sure Rod and Company are all over that. Anyway, and so very definitely the specific statistics without any discretion for each of these rules. And the way you backtest it is you set the backtest up. There's the instrument, contracts, session. You want to have the balance charted. You want to have these rules. What do you want to do? And you can set the number of days to backtest. Let's make it 500 days. How long do you think it would take you to evaluate all of these? I think it's 37 or 47 rules over each 1 minute bar, going back 500 trading days. That's what this computer is going to do. And that's a substantial data set. It is statistically significant. It's outside the likelihood of random distribution. So it's got a lot of stuff going for it. Backtest. Five seconds. It took 5 seconds to evaluate each one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, and that happens to be 217,966 bars. It took 5 seconds. 493 days. 716 trades. A lot of data here. Including just buy and hold, the miscellaneous buy and hold one, which is always a good sanity check. And then you go over here and you can get a more specific trade view. Damn it. So here's a stop, largest stop. This is incorrect. It should be $750. I know exactly what this is. This is the 1st of May, 2024. For some reason, it was a huge volatile day. The trade entered short, IBF short. It scaled at T1, and rather than scaling at T2, which was definitely taken and no stop, it jumped right over T2 and went on to the end of day. Nice surprise, but should only say $750, not $3,300. The important part is that the average winning trade and average winning loss are not really impacted. The number of wins, the number of losses is not impacted. And so you can do the statistics and the expectancy calculations. They are, and what I have done here is, what happened to that? Oh, where'd that go? Bummer. Okay, let's see if I can find that here anywhere. There you go. So, I had just done this earlier today, so it's going to look like it's rigged, but 500 days, 716 trades, 250 seeds, 253 wins. Average winner of 657.41. Let's call it 658. 218 losses. And $296 per loss per stop. 245 scratches. 52.44% win rate, 47% loss rate. Expectancy is $204 per trade. Profit factor of 1.6 and a risk reward ratio of 2.2. So it's 1 to 2.22 points. 1.4 trades a day. It's a package size of 2, meaning that we took 1,432 positions, individual lots. We can expect to achieve T1 34% of the time, T2 17% of the time, and take 600 stops 47% of the time. And if you add this up, and you'll notice that it is 52.4%. Nope. 52.44, that's right over here. And so there you go. Those are real statistics, eh? You can look back over here and you can see there are 9 consecutive winners in a row and 7 consecutive losers. If you're working out your account risk tolerance and your stop, you need to be sure that your account can stand 7 times 300, that's $2,100. Or your fund, prop thing or whatever it is you're doing. That's how I approach it. So I know that's why I'm trading a live account, because I expect over 500 days, 716 trades I expect to get 250 or 54% win rate and have an expectancy of $204 per trade. And there's commissions can come out of that, but expect then a net profit of $100,000 on that data set. And if you want to be real crazy about it, which is something I definitely do, you can see every trade, the date, the time, the entry, or the trade, name, the exits, T1, T2, or stop, or whatever, and there's the result in dollars. Now, I will apologize that IRT always does everything in dollars, and I prefer to use ticks, but I can't get to the back end of these things and reconfigure the reports, and I'm not going to bother. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But that's how you do backtesting. That's how I do it. And let me think I just screwed up here. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, want to get rid of that one. Get rid of this one. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now, that's how I backtest and why I think it's a good idea. And now, the only difference between these two charts is this is just a bigger version without all that other stuff in the background to use through the day. And I have to figure out how I'm going to get this located somewhere with the book map so that I can see, what the hell is happening. Obviously, I would have been scaled and maybe trailed up, wouldn't have reached profit target, and would have been stopped out right here on the trade I missed. And while I'm busy talking, here was another target right here. And that is going swimmingly well. So yeah, there you are. 2 trades. T1 and a break even plus a little bit. Or entry plus a little bit. And a full stop. Bang. In a heartbeat. Micros. No, no drama from IRT, which is a really good thing. You have no idea how unnerving that was. And yeah, we're going to be at the bottom of the hour here. I'll do the recap, and then we're going to take it into the close of the session of these cash close when I end the stream. Every day from 8 in the morning until 1500. And we will have the market on close in balance at 1450. So there you go. I'm going to go roam around the house and see what kind of trouble I can get into, and I'll be right back. All right, well, that was a long haul, huh, that day. That's the way I approach trading. I will not take a trade until I have a signal. I didn't have a signal until whenever the hell that was, one something or another. And that's it. And, come on. I'm going to take another screen grab with all the pertinent little things going on down here that I do. So yeah, damn, stop it. There we go. Okay. That's how it works. So I'm net in at a negative 11 ticks. So that means I'm down $13.75. Dude. So here's the way this works. It ought to be pretty obvious, but there's the net in ticks, trades, and blah, blah, blah. Here's each trade. In, out to the milliseconds. Prices, quantities, P&L, MAE, MFE. It's pretty well reported. I mean, pretty well done, really. I'm pleased with it, I guess. It's handy for me to use. I do want to figure out how I'm going to get bookmap or the IRT alongside of the bookmap there, so that I am not in a situation like I was a few minutes ago when I missed this trigger, wherever that was. This one. Now, it wouldn't have done me any good. It was a trigger. It was a trade. It was a trigger. I should have taken it. Would have stopped. This was also a trigger, which I should have taken, and I suppose this probably is too. Look at this big sell volume. Right there at the turn of the final curve, right? What's happening over here? Let's see. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. No signals, no triggers, nobody left on third. And of course, I'm not going to take anything, but you see the point. Okay, well, that was pretty fun. What are we doing for volume? I think high. Oh yeah, 141% for this time of day. And we're back down to 2 3/4 points per 1 minute bar on the ATR. So that's how this whole hootenanny works. You ought to be, I'm sure I've gone over this trigger and this chart enough for that to know. We just went over the back testing, volume. There's our micro stuff. There's our mini. We know that back to the micro, sorry. We know that the session price is pushed to bookmap, that this is the micro composite chart, which is a daily RTH chart, and these are daily candlesticks. And wherever they overlap, like here now, yesterday was a new micro composite. I'll include this one today because it overlaps. That will create a new micro composite VPOC. There will be new high and low volume nodes, and those push to bookmap. And this is the market profile. Oh, damn near 1%. Whoa, shit, what happened here? They fell out of bed. Wow. They fell right out of bed. Look at there. Right down to the POC. Boop. And then within spitting distance of the POC. Let's get Blue Boy back over here now so we can see where that lazy son of a gun is. Looked a lot more dramatic, didn't it? Here's Blue Boy. Remember, this is nothing more than a visual clue or cue for me. If I look left and don't see this blue line, I know I've got to do something because I want to have the entire session in view. That's all there's to it. I want to get this down because I don't need that anymore. There we go. So, that's how it works. This is the dome or the price ladder or the order book or whatever you want to call it. This is the micro composite column where I enter these values and levels manually, and the high and low volume nodes here, which push automatically. Full session volume profile, RTH session volume profile. Well, this will reset when I shut everything off at 1600 and we'll restart again at 1700. This will reset tomorrow morning at 0830. The notes column with the reason I changed and I'm stickler about changing the column title here to the open type for the day. When I look at a screen snap or the stream or whatever, I can see that title and it tells me a lot of information about the overnight. And these are the statistics that we put in this morning at, before 8:30. Micro composite flags and the IRT session prices. We know that there's nothing magical about any of the numbers. There's no indicators on my charts or my bookmap. And there you are. That is the recap for the day. Basically a big sell-off. We had some random risk at about, we had some at 10 o'clock and then we had again at noon. Unscheduled on anything, which is scary, right? It is the reason why we need to be very vigilant and very risk aware and risk manage our risk to preserve our account in this environment that we're in today, because we don't know what might happen at any time. And if you don't believe that, this is 225 or 9 or 7 or something points. The result of a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning out of no place. So That's why it's a risk that you have to be, you have to be damn sure if you put your account at risk, make sure you have a full bracket order. If it's a live account like mine, make sure that your orders are server side, not local. And only take A+ setups. I'm only taking these IB trades which I have vetted. And I'm sure that's ought to be clear, because that's all I talk about all day long, pretty much, is watching for the signals and the triggers and all about the IB and all that stuff. So I'm trying to be as clear and concise and helpful and as I can to anybody, listening or joining in here. And remember that it's my virtual journal. The only way I get my thoughts, what I was thinking at the time, into the recording is by my narration. That's important. Obviously, anything video is all captured. It seemed like a lot at the time, didn't it? Look at this. Looks like a pimple on a hog's butt right over here now. Essentially nothing. Would have been nice to have had the trigger here and gotten to our target. Would have been nice to be born rich instead of so good looking, but hey, what are you gonna do? All right, so that's let's keep an eye open now for 1450 when we are going to get the world famous magical market on close imbalance, and then this thing will wind into the cash close, and that'll be it for me as far as the stream goes. My recording and everything here on Bookmap and IRT goes 24/7, and Bookmap I shut off every night at 1600 when the market goes flat, and then back up again at 1700. So each day ETH and RTH is a separate recording, and I've got those back forever. I don't know how far. Okay. I will after the stream closed, then and YouTube starts processing the stream. That's when I'm able to add the timestamps and all that, and see what the hell happened money-wise. Well, that's what happened. It's 11 ticks. And I want to be real sure I analyze this before I shut down, if this was triggered or not. Because I can, in the static journal, I can mark it as an error and what that error was. I'm going to be real bummed if Mike takes that away. I have a real comprehensive local journal where I, import data directly from IRT or from Rhythmic or wherever, and I kept it for a long time, and then I got lazy and Static came along, and that's been real helpful, and I want to support Rod, but if he ever goes away, then all of the history that's in there go up in smoke. I suppose maybe there's a way to download the data, I suppose. Okay. What else? Well, 10 minutes, we're going to get the market on close. I'll have a cup of green tea here. Then I've got to go hit the showers. The cats have had an intervention. They refuse to talk to me until I go shower, so nothing left I can do. Put on my soccer dad hat then after that, and get Tam organized and fed and over to college, and another day. Oh, and I have to call the vet and make sure there's an appointment for the cats need to have their yearly injection, or what do you call it, vaccination, tomorrow. So that'll probably knock a hole in the afternoon, depending on when they'll get us up there. That might have a hole in the stream. I'll of course know about that here in a few minutes after I call them, and then I'll make sure it's thoroughly announced and whatnot. Thanks a lot, Richard, for the heads up on Trump's thing there. It's worked out pretty well. When I go for that midday story, I can monitor the stream and then know whether I need to scoot back or not. Thanks very much. And also, anybody who's listening, if the music is loud, quiet, stupid, oh good, whatever, let me know. I don't hear it all day. And when I put on my headset here in the office, plugged into the computer that's monitoring the stream, it sounds loud and personal. But when I'm out with my phone, I have to turn the volume way up to even hear it at all. So I don't know if that's a function of my stuff or the stream or whatever. But if there's any issues there, just let me know. Try to do the best I can. Try to make up for my lapses in influencer talent. Which there's probably an awful lot of. By golly. So yeah. Remember, we're in earnings season. There is earnings tonight, a number of them. Let's see. Now that I've lied to you about that, let's have a look. Earnings today. There we go. AstraZeneca, Conoco, Parker Hannifin. Anything jump out at me? Not really. Ralph Lauren, that's important. To a lot of people, especially Ralph. I think Ralph Lauren died, didn't he? Anyway. Yeah. And then nothing tomorrow or Monday or Wednesday. Nothing Tuesday, obviously, or Thursday. So we've about wound down the earnings. So I won't be disappointed to see that go away. One other complication, right? Or potential disruptor to the auction. Tomorrow we're going to have the Michigan numbers out. That's going to be important. We won't have any more Fed stuff. Some speakers, but no more government numbers. Tomorrow should have been non-farm payroll. It's always the first Friday of the month, except for one little hiccup. I think it's I'm not sure exactly what that rule is, but it's generally the first Friday of the month, 7:30 in the morning. And it is usually the biggest number to be aware of. Just like all these are already scheduled. This is what I'm talking about. We plan for this risk. These have been scheduled years in advance. That's why the unrecognized or unknown risk can be so devastating. That's why I make a big deal about it. And again, I don't care who you voted for. But if whoever that is in power and they suddenly shoot out a tweet at 10 in the morning and the frickin' market drops 20, damn near 30 handles, that's important. That's something I want to know about. So, there you go. So we got about 6 minutes for the market on close. By the way, this is investing.com and it's free. You can filter it any way you want. And this other one is Financial Juice. More of a docket affair over here. Oh God, he's going to have another meeting tonight at 1700. Holy Christ. Anyway, but more of a squawk box idea over here. This is where we will see the market on close and balance over here. So there you go. I'll keep this open so we can wait for it and wait for it. And we'll look at IRT a little bit here. I think I covered everything here okay. I hope. This is crap. I gotta get this, do something here. Hold on. Well, let's do this together, shall we? Is that a view period? Huh. Well, let's see what's this one. What's our, what's the old standby here? This goes back to June, 1st of January, 2022. You can, that's, this volume profile here represents all of the data back to there. And I know before you say anything that there is not, okay, 1,000 days. There, that the ESZ5 contract didn't go back that far. Yes, I know. It does the DTN continuous contract. But good of you if you spotted that. If you picked that out. That's being aware, and that's a pretty damn important thing. Okay. Boop. There we go. Okay. And what are we doing over here? Well, we're selling off, selling down, selling up, selling all, it's all around the town, I guess. Gotta have that market on close and balance. Boy, I can't ever get that right. There we are. Market on close and balance in another minute and a half, 2.5. Okay, well, there we go. I think that's about all the damage I can do for one day. I'm ready for a shower and a, you know, change my mind. Oh, do I have any triggers? Do I have any triggers? Do I have any triggers? Now, why would that be a joke? Because it's after 14:30, end of day exit. That's my close. That's my shut off per me. And the way I put those in there, by the way, session start 60 minutes, session close 90 minutes. These two VPound variables tell the signals, which are, wherever they went. Come on. Don't argue with me. Well, I can't seem to get my shit together. That tells all of this stuff when to start plotting. Now, programmatically in the trade system itself, there is also a session start and session close parameters for all of those rules, and they are set within the trade control system, but I needed to do that over here just for my own, for these signal markers, if you understand that. And this is something anybody could do real easily on Sierra Chart, TradingView, wherever. These are just custom indicators. As long as whatever you've got will plot the IB high, and even if it doesn't, you can do it yourself. It's the high and low of the first 1 hour, right? Boom. So you could plot the pullback zone, continuation zone, and the trigger zone for the IB low and the IB high. And then you could, I'll be happy to share all of this stuff with anybody for these signals, and you can do this for yourself. This chart actually started out as me before I had the signals worked out properly in the trade system, I started just manually going back through, days at a time and seeing what trades I had and did they take and what the outcome was. I realized just trying to do that with the bars, maybe volume profile or something, didn't work at all for me because it wasn't nearly precise. So that's why I came up with actually plotting the zones. Then I could be much more accurate. And then about the same time, I figured out got the code working right on the trade system, and I don't, now you know what I use this for. It's for confirmation during the day, and that which I use to take trades. When I get an A and a B and a trigger, I take the trade. Okay, we've already gone and come, and I'm sitting here like a dork with the market on close orders. I'm sorry. Here they are. Oh, not much. Buy side, 89.8 million. Oh no, that is probably 890,000, I guess. No, I never saw the decimal point before. I guess it's 89.8 million. Buy side, NASDAQ 100, 215 buy side. Sell side Dow 30, 97 million. And Mag 7 buy side 22 million. And these are teeny weeny numbers. We get 3,690,000,000 kinds of numbers, staggering to me. Take 3 billion S&P contracts, minis, and tell me how much that's worth per tick. And you think that somebody's hunting your stops. Jesus, it's not even a rounding error. It's not even anything. I don't think. So there we go. Have a great night. Where the hell am I now? What time is it even? I don't know. Well, we got a few minutes left. Okay. No trades. Okay. So there we go. Now, as I mentioned earlier a while ago, you're the most important tool you've got in your trading office. Take care of it. And that means in a few minutes, shut the shit off and get up and get outside or go do something. Go do something for your health. Get up and do some push-ups. I have 2 standing desks, which I've talked about, which is real handy for me. And in front of me here is a 4-monitor rack and my desk and all that stuff. I can step back and do squats. I've got a set of barbells and dumbbells in here. I can do curls and whatever else it is. I've got a pull-up bar in the doorway. I mean, anything. You can flop down on the floor and do the plank, whatever you want to do. I like the squats and stuff because I can keep watching the stream. I can keep watching the charts. I could actually even pull the mic boom over and keep talking, but it'd be a lot of huffing and puffing involved. But, that anything you can do to keep your blood pumping and your health, keep a big water bottle nearby and keep hydrated all day, it's hard to emphasize how important that is. The best way I have to approach it is to, try to bring attention to the fact that how much time and effort we spend buying computers and monitors and testing this and refresh rate that and OLE or OLED or whatever the hell they're called, monitors and software and IRT and bookmap this and something else that. And then we don't pay any attention to the one thing that processes all that data, makes the decision, the real computer, and makes decisions that impact your finances, impact you financially. How much more serious could it be? really important to do. And I think you'll discover that most, at least now anyway, I guess in the old days, I mean, the locals were a bunch of yahoos, that's for sure. But I think those days are pretty much wound down. People nowadays are health conscious, you know, they realize that it is a real competitive sport we play at a very high level. You know, if you're going to do that, if you're going to be in this game, you need to be ready to play. It's like walking out on the basketball court with, you know, Michael Jordan and a bunch of guys and figuring you're going to hang with them. Maybe that's not going to happen. If you know what I mean. So take some time, get some sunlight, it's good for your eyes, fresh air, do something for your family. And smack a thumbs up. That'd be great. Subscribe. That'd be super great. Drop something in the chat. Richard usually does, and Antonio sometimes. Yeah, that's all. It's a lonely sport, so it's nice to have some feedback. And there you go. 3 minutes, and I'm shooting this thing in the head. What is going on here now? Trump's not having a good week with the legal department. It doesn't look like. You know, what an ass. I mean, sorry, but fully thinks it's fully okay to spend $200 million plus on a ballroom. Billions of dollars on these ice flights. His son, Don, who I didn't even know knew what a drone was, let alone anything else about him. His company was just awarded a single source $38 million contract to build drones. That's interesting. It just goes on, you know, it's really, really crazy. C5 plus 1. Sure. Okay, I didn't know about that. I know that we lived in, my wife and daughter are Asian, and I lived there for 11 years, and I can tell you that there's quite a different perception of Trump and the government and America now than America over there, than America realizes, I think. Maybe not, but I think so. We're selling advanced AI chips to Kazakhstan, Trashcanistan, shit. I don't even know where some of these places are nowadays. Cove Capital to develop large tungsten deposit in. Oh, so that's what we're gonna do. Well, you can bet somebody's making a bundle off of that. Okay, there we go, boys and girls. There is the world famous End of the day. I hope that's the right button. I never know. There you go. There's another one. All right. Have a great night. Get up, get away from the machine, get away from the screens, get your short focus eye muscles a rest. Get the hell out of get out of the basement. Put your pants on. Get out of your grandma's basement. Come on. Come on now. Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you, but there it is. I will check with you later. I'm going to take my own advice and get the hell out of here. So have a great evening. And I'll be back 0800 in the morning. Please come back. The stream is live. We set up all the stats, go through the setup, the pre-market, analyze what might happen in the open. So far, 2 days running, we've been pretty accurate. It's just common sense. And there you go. Have a good one.